other people. I specifically would like to recognize Stacy Blaylock from Communications, who sent out so many communications for us. Dion Killingsworth from HR, who helped us with our mad hiring spree, and Susan Snyder from the curriculum department, who helped us in ordering and distributing literally thousands of packets of school supplies to students. It was quite an amazing journey. At the beginning of the year, we met every single morning at 7:30 with a huge group of people trying to figure it all out. And I can't even name all the people who helped. It took a village, as they say. And so the way we like to think about it is, in education, we often say that we are building the plane while we're in flight. And we started out with barely a skeleton airplane, but we landed that airplane as a 747 Boeing jetliner, all fully equipped and ready to go. And I couldn't be more proud of my team and everyone who supported and helped us so much. So thank you.
So before we have you sit down, I just want to also say, when we think about the high school model, a big shout out also to those high school administrators, those counselors, those teachers who provided that remote and e-learning a little bit differently, really went out of the way also to provide the learning options and the needs for students and families. So when you look at that collective piece, the number of families that we served, are really the stepping up. And you talked about the 7:30 meetings and trying to organize and build the master schedules of all the students and place within teachers and adjust with numbers as the years went on. Can't say enough that when we gave a call to ask for stepping in and stepping up as leadership and the teachers, you did it. So I want to say thank you, because that extra piece said a lot. So again, one more round of applause for all of the e-learning. So tonight, that concludes our overall celebrations, but I also want to point out that in our week in review, we try to also give spotlights and recognitions that we want to continue to showcase not only those students and adults that make a difference and the accomplishment they have, but also continue to recognize weekly what's been happening and those great things. So continue to look for those week in reviews updates over the summer. We're going to update progress on our capital funds and work on schools, because we have a number of projects underway as we speak at all of our schools. So thank you for the time, and again, thank you to Diane Smith and her leadership team and all the e-learning.
Great, thank you, Mr. Wise. I thought it was nice that we had a special effect to a delay because of technological reasons to recognize e-learning. I thought that was very clever. All right. Next on our agenda is the acceptance of the agenda. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Graziano, seconded by Holtzman. Let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman. Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. Passes unanimously. So now on to our agenda. The next item is the District Accountability Committee 21-22 Budget Priority Process results. Again, directors, as you know, we've been working on developing our budget for many months, and this is one more piece of the puzzle. We have our District Accountability Committee people here with Mr. Reynolds to talk about their recommendations as we get closer to our next meeting, which is to make final approval of our budget. So at this, I will turn it over to our Curriculum Instruction Assessment Officer, Mr. Matt Reynolds.
Good evening, Board President, Board of Directors. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. This is a process that takes us some months to get here, and I'm very proud to present the results. I'd also like to acknowledge a guest who's coming via online, which is our District Accountability Chair, Chester Shaw. He will be joining us to provide some clarity and also answer questions that may arise. A few things as we get started. Maybe I'll just ask to drive for me. Thank you. A few things that I'd like to just touch on. One is just to review the DAC piece. I think it's important that the scope of work is for that particular committee and what their engagement really process is. It's important. I do want to talk about the questionnaire and the accompanying summary that came from that. This questionnaire was an opportunity for us to engage the school accountability committees in making this formal recommendation. We'll also take a brief glimpse at the response data and the review. All of the data is available online as well. And at the end, we'll touch on a few of the resources that guided the work along the way. Next slide. So in terms of the DAC responsibilities, the District Accountability Committee has a responsibility of recommending priorities for spending to you all. That's one of their responsibilities as codified in their bylaws and also statutory responsibilities. The other part that's really important here is our DAC makes every effort to really engage our stakeholder groups, which is the school accountability committees, in making this recommendation. And we've tried a bunch of different strategies over the years, from doing in-person meetings, from having a winter forum where we gathered information, doing surveys and questionnaires. This year, like all things of 2021, we landed on the questionnaire method just because it was an easier way for us to engage virtually with our school accountability committees. Next slide, please. So this year's process, as you recall last year, our district was faced with a budget cut of $30 million. So our approach for this year, we connected with the District Accountability Committee, and we started talking about what it would look like if we had the opportunity to restore those funds based on the cuts from last year. So what we did is we engaged the larger group in this idea of looking at what was cut from last year and look at possibly restoring that funding. And what would the prioritization be from the SAC's perspective and also the DAC's perspective if we were able to go back and reinstitute those funds from the previous year. Next slide, please. In order to accomplish this, what we did is we took line items from the cuts and we clustered them together as items and we established them in categories. We ended up with 9 items clustered in 5 different categories with the accompanying costs off to the side. This information was presented to the DAC and also the school accountability committees, and we asked them through these 9 different items to prioritize from their lens what would be the most important pots of money to restore if money was available. Now, a lot has changed. I guess change is a recurring theme in 2021. When we first started this process, we didn't know what the status of the state's budget would be. So this was all hypothetical at the time we started from inception. Next slide, please. This is the remaining list of 9 items that were up for discussion and up for responses from the School Accountability Committee. Next slide. So as part of our process, we engaged in creating an instrument, a questionnaire, that allowed the school accountability committees to rank order from 1 to 9 each of these different items, 1 being number 1 priority and 9 being the number 9 priority. Then we weighted their responses. So as you can see on the bar graphs here, those that were the longest had the highest priority. So when we gathered this data back in January, we got a representative sample from all of our neighborhood schools participating. So we had a cross-section of elementary, middle, and high. And we noticed that the 2, the red and the green, which is eliminate staff furlough days and the restoration of school-based budgets, that funding became the theme across different demographic groups. Whether we looked at it by region, by feeder, by level, those 2 remain the top choices when we looked at it across the school accountability committees. This information was presented to the District Accountability Committee, and it was also given to our budget finance group as well in their planning for the development of the budget. We also had the added benefit of having both our budget director and our chief financial officer to come through and present to the DAC along the way with several different engagements, as we knew that this budget cycle was going to be unlike any other that we faced, with not knowing from the very beginning of the year through where we are. And you guys have experienced that firsthand with the budget as the world turns when it comes to the capital funding. Next slide, please. So one of the other things that we did is, in addition to just looking at the top priorities, we also looked across all 9 sections of it. This is the work of the Budget and Finance Office to look at how these different categories live and breathe in the proposed budget that was presented to you. That link right there was from April, I believe. So there has been some modifications to this, but this just provides a general outline of how those 9 priorities live and breathe in the current proposed budget that you all have spent hours looking through. Next slide, please. So finally, at our May 18th meeting, the DAC, after hearing from the SACs, after hearing from our Budget and Finance Office, and deliberating for over several meetings, they passed by consensus to follow suit with our school accountability committees in following their selection on the data that was collected by that questionnaire. So, as presented to you, they're making that same recommendation that those 2 be the top 2 priorities with the development of the budget. With that, I'm opening for questions. I do have some additional resources, but our chair is also online as well to answer questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds, and Mr. Shaw. Welcome to our meeting. Good evening, sir. Any additional comments that you would like to add to Mr. Reynolds' presentation?
Recording in progress.
Good evening, directors. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. Just basically just want to thank Matt and his team for working with us to get this survey out, as well as thank you to all the SACs that participated in getting the surveys filled out and returned to us. We stand with them wholeheartedly on the top 2 that they chose. I guess you can say there's no surprises there, that the number 1 would be eliminate staff furlough days, and number 2, restore SBB funding. So we were definitely good with that. It was great to get more information from our guest speakers on that as well to kind of help us firm up what we need to do, as Matt said, as the world turns with everything that's going on, just making sure we had enough information to make a good, strong recommendation to the Board of Education. So that's about it.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. And also, please express appreciation and gratitude from the board with the work of the DAC, because we know this is also a lot of hours of analyzing and studying and looking at priorities from those various groups that we like to hear from. So please, on our behalf, thank you for that great work. Directors, any questions for Mr. Reynolds or Mr. Shaw at this time regarding the recommendations that they have put forth and that they're supporting? Another perfect presentation, obviously, because we have no questions. Oh, except for Director Miku. I know it needs a little more processing time.
Well,
So.
as the DAC liaison, I really don't have a question. I just want to thank the committee for all of their work and dedication and time that they put into this. We have great conversations at the DAC, and all of the committee members ask really good questions, and I just wanted to express my appreciation for all your work.
And I think what's exciting, I would just say in summary, is when we see that the priorities that the DAC is recommending and by consensus wanting us to pay attention to are exactly the priorities that we've discussed, exactly the priorities that our budget reflects. And so it's great to see that alignment, that our citizens as well as our finance department are in agreement that these are the things that we need to really prioritize. So that looks great. Anything else, board directors? Anything else, Mr. Reynolds?
No, I really want to thank the committee as well. Looking at a budget that's, $800 million and being able to disseminate that information, and they had full access to every one of the reports that you all and the presentations that you all had. I just want to thank them, and Chester, I want to thank you for being able to jump on tonight and join us in this conversation.
Very good. Thank you both. Thank you, DAC, and we will move on to our next agenda item. Next on the agenda is to continue this work that we, like as I said, the board really started back in March with our Chief Financial Officer, Kate Kataska, and Budget Director, Colleen Doan. So this work is reflective of several months of analyzing feedback, input. Tonight really is just one more opportunity for us to not only update where our current budget status is, but also board for us to provide any final kinds of input that we want to make before we have the formal budget presented to us on June 22nd for approval. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Financial Officer Kate Kataska.
Thank you. And tonight really is meant for conversation. So our presentation portion will really maybe be 3 to 5 minutes, but I felt it important that we provide some updates before we begin that conversation. When we started the process way back when, we talked about it being more of an if-then scenario. If this happens, then we'll be able to do this. If that other thing happens, we'll be able to do something more. And so I want to catch us up and also note that it will likely change again before we talk again on the 22nd. So going to the next slide, Ms. Doan will take us through some very quick revenue updates, and then I will explain how that impacts our recommended adjustments to our compensation board.
Very good. Good evening, Ms. Doan.
Good evening. So these items on the board tonight are in addition to the School Finance Act being introduced at 100% of the governor's request back in January. So we're talking about dollars in addition to that. So there was a bill that was introduced earlier this spring, House Bill 1164, called Total Program Mill Levy Tax Credit. And what this does overall is it essentially states that school districts need to increase their local mill share of the School Finance Act up to 27 mills or whatever is needed to be fully funded locally, if it can do that in less than 27 mills. It had a long conversation, had to go through the state Supreme Court, but essentially it is moving forward. And so what this will do is it would allow for DCSD to generate a larger percentage of its School Finance Act locally, long term. But in the short term, while there is a budget stabilization factor, it would mean that the state could not cut their funding, and so it means an increase in revenue for school districts. So it is good news, meaning that it would be more money. So for the entire school district, including the charter school pass-through, that would be $6.4 million based upon the assessed value projections included within the fiscal note of the bill. This could change depending upon where we certify the mills in December of 2021. The amount that would be retained for district-managed schools would be $4.9 million, as the difference would be passed through to the charter schools. So again, this is funding in addition because of the budget stabilization factor, but it's not to say that in future years, if there were not a budget stabilization factor, that the state couldn't necessarily cut their share of school finance, and it just be a larger share from the local funding. So again, increased resources available to utilize with the board's appropriation at the next meeting.
Great. So with that increased revenue, we're actually recommending another increase to our compensation pool. If we go to the next slide, I've had certainly some longer conversations about that topic as we spoke to you last week. So actually proposing that we bring the compensation pool up to about $15.5 million, which allows us to do a couple of things. One, it changes that increase to base pay from 3% to 4% for all of our staff that are within the range. It would make for a 4% one-time base pay for anyone who's above the range. But maybe most excitingly, actually allows us to make some really significant progress with our licensed salary schedules. So bringing to the next slide will be the comparison kind of a before and after, and I apologize that that's running up onto that table, of what that does with the revised compensation pool. So by changing the minimum on our licensed staff, by bringing forward a 4% increase, we take that number of staff that's above the maximum down from 8% to 6%. So I thought that was really important to share, and also increasing just slightly the number that is in range from 85 to 86. So previous comp pool is on the left, the revised comp pool on the right. So the next slide. This is the walk forward of our licensed salary schedule. So the number on the far left is where we're at today in the current year. In the middle is where we were previously proposing based on a $12 million comp pool, and now where we're at today. So really taking our general licensed minimum starting salary up to $43,680. This keeps us and maintains that comparability with our neighboring school districts, not just on the starting salary, but also on the maximum for those ranges. And there's a really, really important first step as we head into evaluating compensation schedules in the future. I won't drill into all of the different pay groups we talked about classified last time, admin pro tech, but I do want to highlight on the next slide how that plays out for our license schedule. So again, just orient to the table. The columns are those that are below minimum, in range, and above maximum. The rows are the different salary schedules that we have within our license group: general, hard to hire, and specialist. We take down the general number, who is above max, from 5%, from 8% to just under 4. Sorry. Above max down from 11% to 5%, sorry about that. Because we're able to adjust the maximum of those ranges and maintain that competitiveness on the upper end of the ranges as well. Also really important to point out is the numbers that are staying within range. 90% fluctuating still around there, but about 87%, so coming up from that 83%, and keeping the bulk of our staff within range and receiving that 4% base pay. So with that, that is all I wanted to bring by way of updates, and really just spend the bulk of our conversation here tonight on conversation.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Kataska and Mrs. Doan as well. So when we look at these percentages, I don't know how to phrase the question, but when we look at the below the minimum going from 6% to 8%, when we do these adjustments, the 4% adjustment plus the tiered adjustments to bring those people up, will we expect that to be a 0%, that there will be nobody that exists below the minimum, that nobody's salary will exist below the minimum?
That would be correct. So once we make all of these adjustments, all of our staff would at least be at that minimum, or actually slightly just above, to avoid that first-year compression.
Okay, very good. Because I think sometimes you want to see that percentage go down, but I think I wanted to make clear that we were fixing that.
And the reason that it goes up between the two scenarios is because we've bumped up that minimum just slightly from our conversation last week. So
And then does the minimum range then adjust accordingly? So if we start the beginning salary, does that also mean that a person that has 10, 12 years of experience, that minimum range also gets bumped up?
It is, again, is on the kind of the bookends. It's on the top and the bottom, and our work going forward into next year will address all of those individual places within the range, but largely you're correct.
Okay. Directors, any other questions? And maybe let's start with the compensation questions, and then the remainder of our discussion should be around anything else about the budget. So any other questions around compensation? Director Holtzman?
Sorry. Yeah, my question is about the other classifications other than license. So admin, pro tech, classified, anybody else that I'm leaving out. Are you recommending any changes from the last presentation, or I just want to clarify about those different classifications.
So we are recommending an increase from the 3% to the 4% in terms of the base pay adjustments for those that are within range, or the one-time equivalent for those that are above max. We did not, however, go through and adjust the minimums of all of those different salary ranges like we've done for the licensed staff. Really felt that it important, as we surveyed our peers and looked at what other districts were doing, we can know that we're maintaining that competitiveness in this area. The work around our admins, our pro techs, our classified is going to take a much deeper dive into those job descriptions, those schedules, to ensure that we're maintaining comparability with like types of positions.
This is Amanda Thompson, Chief Human Resource Officer. Good evening, Ms. Thompson.
Good evening. I also just wanted to let the board know that we are currently doing market comparisons, metro area comparisons for all of those other employee groups. It does take time. We go through each job type, but we wanted to assure you that that work is in progress.
Director Hansen.
Thank you for this work. I really do appreciate it. When we begin compensation conversations, inevitably comparisons with other districts begin, and I should have given you a heads up that I was going to ask this question, but I think it's also an important conversation to have to compare mill levies in neighboring communities, because we're not all working from the same pot of money. And if you could just off the top of your head, give us some of those numbers. I think it's really important for staff to hear that when they are doing the comparisons with other districts, that staff understands that and that our community understands that as well.
So I certainly don't have the different mill levy overrides off the top of my head for our peers. However, when we were looking at the starting salaries as well as the maximum or the top end of the ranges for our peers in Cherry Creek, Jeffco, Littleton, DPS, those really along the Metro Front Range. In our previous discussion, we were comparable then. Then at the direction of the board, went out to survey and find out how those salary schedules would be adjusted for next year based on the compensation increases that they were proposing, feeling that it would really be really important that we didn't start from, an N-1 place of where they were gonna head for next year. So in surveying this change and actually bringing up that minimum with this proposal, maintains that the competitiveness with those same districts and actually keeps us outpacing some of those in some cases.
Which is very, very exciting to us.
Agreed.
Paired with that, we want all of our employees to know that as we continue in this work, we will ensure that we're looking at important pieces like current education credits, years experience, so that, again, we want to emphasize this is a phenomenal advancement of where we are in this current state, but we're not done yet. So a year from now, we'll expect to see even more great news.
Very good.
And I'm sorry, one other point to make as we were surveying those districts, there are certainly some districts who are providing for larger percentage increases. We are among one of two that I surveyed who are not passing along any insurance premium increases. So oftentimes we will see a district offering a 5% salary increase along with a 6 to 7% insurance increase. So that's also very important to point out.
So we're only one of two districts that are not passing it on.
That I had surveyed.
Okay.
Yep.
And that, in your surveyed, how many do you think in that number?
Maybe 10, 12, I think I caught up with.
Very good, thank you. Director Meek and then Director Long?
So as you surveyed the other districts, what kind of salary increases were they looking at? That's the first question. And then the second question is really what Ms. Thompson was talking about with, this is a significant step forward, and I would call it phase one. And then there's phase two. And if you could spend just a little bit of time talking about what's to come.
Yep. So in terms of that survey, it was in the range of about 3% to 8% in some cases. But again, those that were offering those higher percentage increases had the also attributable benefit rate increases, bringing the net increase very close to the 3.5%, 4% that we're proposing here.
You are correct, we are in phase one. And when we look at phase two, so in the coming year, when we talk about our licensed staff, we will continue to use this information in these starting ranges to end ranges to develop further transparent salary schedules, looking at job description reviews, looking at metro area comparisons, recognizing, giving employees an opportunity to share their further education advancement, professional development. I know we did a lot of great work last year gathering that for all of our licensed staff. And then we will develop model schedules in which we can share out in the system, gather feedback. That's very important to us. And also cost out, so we want to ensure that it's sustainable. And then we will also do the same for our classified admin pro-tech, kind of simultaneously, but we know that there has been indeed a focus on our licensed staff as that first to second phase. Part of that also know that we will be needing to develop policy language in partnership with our legal and finance teams around our compensation model. And for example, how to recognize education credit, how many years do we accept coming in, things like that. All great work we're excited to keep doing.
Director Long.
Hey, thank you very much, for doing this. And it's great to see that we get one more percentage of the increase. The couple of questions that I have, one is I want to make sure that with this increase and then with the readjust of the range, we are not increasing the gap between the inequity between the high-paying staff and lower-paying staff. Again, I think you answered President Ray's questions a while ago that the increase of the people from below minimum from 6 to 8%, for generals, 6 to 10 from 4% for hard to hires, and 3 to 7.6% for specialists. those are the result of you adjusting the minimum for the range, and therefore more people are falling behind. So I think equity is very important. So make sure that our staff will not feel that the increase favored the well-to-do. I come from a very poor family. I know that a 400 increase for people that are earning $40,000 is much more significant than a 400 increase for people that are earning six-figure. So that's my question number one. I just want to make sure that this pace increase take into the considerations of the equity piece.
It does. Thank you, Director Lung. And know that we will be very mindful of that as we continue into phase 2 when we further develop and revise our compensation schedule from the range to a more predictable schedule for our employees. Anything else you wanted to add?
The only thing that I would add there too is that the change from that 6 to 8%, when we were at a proposed starting salary of $41,000 roughly, we had 6% that fell below that point. We then are recommending an increase of that starting to salary to the $43,000 range, which means we have approximately 2% more employees who are falling below that new minimum. So that's where that change in percentage is coming from.
And my other question is slide 4. So a couple of things that I'm not quite sure understand. The bottom, we give 3% increase, our total cost is 1.4 million. We give 4% increase, our total cost is 1.4 million. How would that be possible? And also, I think in the left side, based on 12 millions, I don't think there's actually 12 millions. If I add the math correctly, that's 11.7 million.
On the left-hand side?
Right, so
Director?
we add 1 million to 9.3 to 1.4, that would be 11.7?
So I will double check on that math. On the left-hand side, you're correct that it does add to slightly less than 12 million. We had a little bit of cushion in there, knowing that for those employees that were being brought only to the minimum, we would also need to do a slight adjustment to bring them just above the minimum to avoid that year one compression. I can double check the numbers on there. However, the number of staff that are represented in that shift from 8% to 6% is very small. And my guess is that if we carried that out more decimal places, we would see that change more significant or more easily readily visible.
Okay, I just want to make sure that people knows that we're increasing from 11.7 million to 15.7 million, which we're giving 4 million more, not 3.7. That will be a little bit short change of how the district compensate our staff. We actually give them $300,000 more than what we show in here. And thank you.
Appreciate that.
Director Holtzman.
Just have a couple of big picture questions. I know that prior to tonight's recommendation, we were still at about 85% of our general fund being dedicated to compensation and benefits. So I didn't ask that in advance, but if you can confirm that that's still the case, that 85% of our general fund is still going to compensation and benefits?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the last question I had is something that you talked about last time, but I just think probably bears repeating. For those folks that are above the maximum and instead of a base pay increase would receive the one-time payment, how does that affect their para?
So the one-time payment is absolutely para-includable. So when that is paid out in lump sum, it would have an impact, a positive impact to the highest average salary. So in theory, whether the employee had the adjustment to base pay or that lump sum payout at the end of the year, their annual compensation would be the same, and all para-includable in the same way.
Directors, other questions regarding the compensation piece? I'm going to ask kind of an open-ended question. Is this the best we can do?
At this time, yes.
Okay. And then my second question is the way we're distributing these increases the most fair way that we can distribute those increases?
I believe it is. So again, I felt it really important that if we were even going to begin to explore an option where someone's salary had been capped, that we needed to make sure that those ranges were as reflective of the current market as possible. So that was something that I felt was an incredibly important, along with Ms. Thompson, first step in making that evaluation. Also important to note that as we actually comes time to pay these out, we do have some of those employees who are in the above maximum category, but it's only because they fall just below that maximum. And it's actually the percentage increase, the 4% now, that takes them above the maximum. So when it comes time to actually calculate and pay that out, we have about 40% of the staff that are above maximum who would receive that in a split. So a portion of that increase would adjust their base pay and bring them to the top. The remainder, anything above and beyond that, would be paid out as that one-time para-includable. Also, we recognize that there is a lot of work ahead of us in the next year to really get us to that place of predictable and just understandable compensation schedule. And again, use the other word, competitive. And I don't think we couldn't have taken these steps without the rebound that we are experiencing. Also really important to note that it is a rebound year. So it is not likely that we are going to continue to see these tens of millions of dollars of increases to our revenue. We're going to get to that place where it's much more flat and stable and not on this path of rebound. So really celebrating, commending the work that we've had, wanting to acknowledge the work and what our employees have been through, but also bring forward something that we feel shows that value, but also maintains the fiscal sustainability that we need to going forward.
Very good. Director Lung?
So one of the important board end goal is make sure that we maintain a long-term financial responsibility. It's great we give the raise 1 more %. It will not jeopardize or affecting our bond rating or our long-term financial outlook. And we actually could afford that, and because we try our best to do the best job to give additional money to our staff without hurting our financial standing in the bond rating community.
That is correct, Director Lund.
Very good. Go ahead.
One last
Ms.
thing.
Thompson.
Sorry about that. Thank you. That we want our employees to know that we are working quickly in human resources in partnership with finance to put all of this information in by employee into our system. This is the time of year where all employees see their compensation statements and workday, their own individual statement. This is our typical annual process. And for our licensed staff, their contract review and acceptance. So our goal is to ensure that we have that provided to our employees at some point as soon as we can next week, knowing that we are individually loading in and want to be accurate. And so in the meantime, we will communicate out with our employees so that if they have questions, they can reach out to HR, and we'll work through each and every one of those conversations. Also, please note for anyone whose salary will be in that capped range, I can only imagine people are going, is that me? And so we will ensure that we are sending out those individual notifications to those employees so that their first acknowledgement of that or knowledge of it is not when they get their workday notification. So we're here to support and help workplaces.
I know, Ms. Thompson, our last presentation, you were targeting June 7th as that possible communication to staff regarding reviewing their contract as well as having that information uploaded. Is that still the target?
Our target date is June 7th or the week of June 7th, just looking at individual loading and ensuring that it's accurate.
Very good. And then we were very close, it seemed like, to getting to that predictable salary schedule. And there was a lot of work that was done. We had, I think, A through E scenarios that you have laid out. So I would anticipate, Ms. Thompson, and correct me if I'm wrong, that work's going to build off of that. It's not we're starting all over again, trying to do the market analysis, trying to figure out steps and lanes, et cetera. We've got a lot of that work ready to go. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We know that we want to revisit that. We know that not all of those employees then are the same now, and we'll have added employees next year as well. With that, we want to look at a few things. One is, again, fiscal sustainability. and similar structure samples to bring forward, in addition to maximizing the most positive results for as many of our employees as possible.
Very good. Well, again, that's our compensation piece. Before we let these individuals go, are there other questions about the budget? And really, this is our opportunity, because what we don't want to do is show up on June 22nd and then communicate. We want to go a whole different direction than what we've worked on for the last several months. So this is our opportunity. As you look at all the budget pieces now, from the department budgets to SBBs, to all of that, are there anything else that you feel like needs to be conveyed before we see that final budget proposed on June 22nd? Any questions, concerns, input, suggestions? Director Meek?
On the 22nd, will we take a look at the one-time ESSER allocations as well? Will that be part of the presentation?
Yes, it will.
Director Lund?
Okay, since you said that, I'm going to say this. My philosophy is trying to make sure that we bring the people below minimum as quickly as possible to fall back to salary range. So that means that we need to adjust the above maximum employee so that we get more money to below minimum employee. That would be my personal, preference. And again, coming from a very poor family background, I understand, a couple $100 for people earning low wages is really, really very meaningful compared with a few $1,000s for people earning six-figure. Especially inflations in our country this year has been skyrocketing, and I would love to see how we could help the below minimum employee move much quicker to in the range. That is my personal preference. Thank you.
So can I just check my understanding, because I want this to be heard loud and clear. After we do these adjustments, there will be nobody under the minimum. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
So Director Lung, did you hear that as well? So there will be nobody under the minimum after these adjustments have been made. I just want to make sure, because I think that's what's exciting about this work, is that we don't have to have this discussion ever again about who's below the minimum, because it will be rectified for the coming school year. And I just want to make sure I'm stating that correctly. I want that loud and clear, public to hear that that's our commitment to our employees.
So no category will have employee that is below the range.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. I mean, that's very, very, very important, to me. And I think it is a huge win for everybody. Thank you.
Very much agree with you.
Director Chanchashore.
Thank you. So we are at 85% of our general budget goes to compensation. And if you surveyed the school districts, 12 or however many school districts around close to us, is it more than 85% or at 85% that goes from general budget to compensation?
That was not a question that I asked as I was speaking to folks, but I would guess, as just my tenure in K-12 education finance, that it tends to fall right around that number, somewhere between the 80 to 85, maybe a little bit higher than that. While I don't have the specific numbers for each of our neighbors that I spoke to, my gut would say that it is fairly close.
If you could give me that answer, that would be really great. And also, I'm just curious about when we say below the minimum, we mean below Douglas County School District's minimum, but not the state minimum or average for teacher hiring.
That is correct. And sort of a yes and. It is below the Douglas County minimum for our licensed. And in having those conversations with our neighboring peers, we also are either at or slightly above minimums in our neighboring districts as well.
Director Holzman.
So going back to the categories that our DAC prioritized for us after talking all the different stacks, makes me look at restoring our SBB funding. And I'm wondering if our principals have had a chance to look at the calculations using our formula as to what their SBB will be, and if there's been any significant concerns as they've looked at their numbers. I just wanted to make sure that they've had a chance to review the formula and the number and give their feedback.
So the principals have not yet had the opportunity to look at what will be exactly their number. They've been shared the methodology. The numbers were going to go out this week to them, but it has been shared with the executive directors of schools and the school leadership team for them to provide feedback. But every school will be increasing above and beyond what's already a balanced budget, as every school's already built a balanced budget for all the staffing that they wish to have starting in the new school year.
Thank you.
Directors, any other questions? So, I think Superintendent Wise, what I'm hearing from Director Holtzman maybe, is that we would like to have that feedback loop from our building leaders once that information's gone out, if we can have some reaction in terms of those adjustments and are they sufficient to make sure we're doing what's best for kids at the building level. So that would be an important piece for us to hear on our budget presentation on June 22nd. Director Lung?
Well, since Director Holtzman mentioned about the SBB, one of the priorities that DAC identified is additional money for mental health and for special ed. Personally, I rate those two higher than a couple of things that the DAC will put in. Especially, we have a tough years because of the COVID effect to the student and our staff, so mental health. And also special ed student, in the principle of equity, they need to get additional, money, for them. So I personally would like to see in the final budget, we increase the money for both area, if possible.
So the adopted budget you'll see in a few weeks will include additional dollars for mental health and special education. We're running various scenarios right now, so need to have further conversation with our personalized learning department. But the scenarios we have been running, can't commit to exactly what will be moved forward, but the scenarios have been roughly, $1 million additional resources for mental health.
Very good. Other questions regarding, as we prepare for the adopted budget? So again, I'm kind of collecting feedback items that we'd like to hear back about. One being the building leader feedback, and then also if we can highlight the changes in those budgets of those students that need more resources, such as our special education, mental health support, GT, ESL. So if we can do a little bit of review, just really showing what happened, what's the current status in terms of funding, what have we done differently as we look into the upcoming school year. Anything else, board, that you would like us just to highlight at our budget presentation on June 22nd, other than those two items? All right, seeing none, we want to again thank you for the hours and hours and hours, and all the people behind you that I know that put in hours and hours to get us to this point. And it is exciting. It's exciting news. We're in a much better place than we ever thought we could be. A few months ago when we were cutting instead of adding. And so that's certainly excitement for us, for our community as well, to know that we're going to take care of our staff as best as we can. So thank you again for your commitment and your time, and we'll look forward to June 22nd. All right, next on our agenda is I'm sorry, I almost said interim. Holy cow, that was a habit. We will have Superintendent Corey Wise, who will be presenting to us some updates.
All right. If you can move forward 2 slides for me, please. As we have stated in past board meetings, June 1st, July 1st, and August 1st, we have been expecting public health order updates. In working with Tri-County, predicting what is coming and taking a look to project out our desire and next steps to plan for August of 21. We really try to put down recommendations that will say this is where we're targeting and where we're moving towards, working with Tri-County, what's reasonable, what are next steps, and also setting the path forward to set out expectations to our community, our staff, our Board of Education, all of us together of what we're moving towards. As we look at this, one of the things we have to remember, required versus supported, and allowing those that need to wear it, the ability to wear it, and work through those conditions. So as you look at for 2021, as we looked at the public health orders coming out today, 12 and up, students have access to vaccinations. If vaccinated, you no longer, as of today, need to wear masks. Those 11 and under, so that odd age of 11, when it was 10 and below, has now been rectified a little bit. So I think that helps a little bit in our predicting out of where we're setting our course of action, our plan. So as we come back, we're looking to be as normal as possible. You know, we're going to have to continue to look at those updates. We expect those updates to continue to move forward in this direction. Our COVID numbers, if you look at those trends right now, continue to trend in the right direction. And within Douglas County, we still continue to be at that low in comparison, say, Adams and Arapahoe, and all of us continue to trend down. So the number of people getting vaccinated that work within it is obviously helping also. As we look at that, we also want, though, to share that there's going to be some that need to wear masks, some that are health compromised, whether it be an adult who just cannot get a vaccination or even students. So we're going to support and even ask those that aren't vaccinated to choose to wear masks. Those that need it, how do we work through that? And so I think in those situations that if a teacher, for instance, is medically compromised, there's times we work all the time to say, you know what, I want to be here in person, we want to do that, but I cannot. And I think working through that upfront communication coming back, we'll be able to work through each situation. So as we look at what that means elementary because you're 11 and younger typically. We have K5, K6 to be able to move forward with that. Middle school, high school, being 12 and up and access. And then where vaccinations might continue to be accessible moving forward. We are going to continue to encourage that, set up opportunities for vaccinations and partner with Tri-County and our providers. As far as immunizations, to make sure that we continue that communication out of what our expectations are, we want to encourage vaccinations. The ability to be predictable, the ability to plan and move forward, and also with our staff, we want to encourage that side, but it is not going to be mandatory by us at this point. We aren't recommending that for us as a staff at this point. Where we get to with the state and everything else could factor in, but we really feel working with the Denver area superintendents and others that mandatory piece of vaccinations is not going to be the case. And I don't see us as a school district or board moving that direction is where I feel our alignment is. Therefore, talking forward of what our plan is to also say that. If vaccinated, though, I would encourage everyone, families can work with us to input that in Infinite Campus. That allows us that if we have symptoms and that sort of thing, that we don't have to worry about quarantines. We don't have to worry about any impact. If staff put it in Workday, we don't have to worry about those quarantines either. And one of the things moving forward that with staff and the accessibility to vaccinations, that if you do become sick or you'd have to stay home because of getting COVID or other illness and isolate, that would be in your sick days. We'd much rather have staff choose to use their sick days if they're vaccinated for other reasons. So I think on that side, we just want to push that forward. That's another reason why we are looking at encouraging for that predictability. As far as physical distancing, similar to the end of this year, we were back in normal. So this isn't a big change with that physical distancing. When you look at the number of people in Douglas County that are becoming vaccinated, our numbers are pretty strong in that side. So as we continue to move that forward for August and years to come, it gives every opportunity of choice to get vaccinated. Also that choice of working through within, just like in public sector, what that looks like in choosing to get vaccinated, wearing masks, and also that distancing side. When we talk about the quarantine process, I would like to say we're going to have to continue to work with Tri-County and CDPHE within this piece. We'll look at the new public orders coming out. But even if those who have symptoms or are positive, working through that isolation, working through that negative test return, and still defining that out. But the idea that you have multiple kids needing quarantines, just like we saw that transition towards the end of the year and partnering with the health agencies, really trying to take that away where it's not the large number and the impact, that transition impact, the academic impact, and the social emotional impact. So I think that's going to continue to go, and again, we'll get ongoing updates in July and August. You know, lastly, as we get into it, before we go to the next slide, you know, this year with visitors and parents being a part of schools and coming up for events and that sort of thing, we want to build out that normalcy. So we are building back that pre-COVID or return to normal, and we're looking forward to building back. We're looking forward to building community. We're looking forward to building that together in our work. So next slide. As far as visitors goes, the next step, it also looks at how we build back our field trip opportunities, how we build back our foreign exchange programs go through that same process. So when foreign exchange students come over, they're placed with families, and they too work through that vaccination and or testing process, and so they have their mind. Our athletics and activities, returning that to normal. So when you look at those events, both on outdoor and indoor, working with Tri-County and CDPHE, really working on that normalcy with the access to vaccinations. That's where we are predicting out and also planning for, and that encouragement that'll continue to be there. And then lastly, we've already started back in the facility rentals. So while this is not new, we wanted to make sure, as we point out what is normal, continues to go back to those things that we want to make sure we just call attention to each of those. Now within this, we go to the next slide. The key things that we'd like to point out, we're always going to encourage and continue to have hand washing, have sanitizer. There will be some who cannot or choose not to, and we need to make sure we have that available as we continue to navigate where we are with COVID in the world and COVID in Douglas County. We're going to continue to have our disinfection protocols within our schools, our cleaning crews. We have good systems of work that we've created this year that will continue. Our ventilation upgrades will continue. So in each of those, we know that while everything isn't everyone 100% access, the availability and opportunity, we want to build in those safety protocols within that. The last part, if you are sick, stay home. We now have increased ways in which we provide education, reconnect you. So if you are sick and for the sake of yourself and that piece, stay home. Come back when you're feeling better. If we need to have those symptoms, get tested, show that negative, and return back. On that individual basis, the better we can work together on those plans, the better off we're going to be on that path of healthiness and moving forward and normalcy. And when you look at what we just talked about with budget, this has been a year of transition. It's been a year of isolation at times that we really want to not only have that normalcy, but also build that health. And we're excited about the changes and the work of the new health order. And to be quite honest with you, we very much expect even more changes in July and August. Last piece, in working with our Denver area superintendents, with the DAS group, many of the other districts are also working forward with similar types of plans. So in that side, while we want to share out, we want families to have an idea of what the plan is for next year. We need that. We have a lot of questions asking about where we'll be. While saying where our plan is and continue to work that forward is going to be a key piece, we also want to make sure that as we do that work, we also understand what questions there might be out there. Because each individual situation is going to be a little bit different, and we'll continue to answer those. And I also want everyone to know, it's going to, from June until August 1, there's going to be a lot of change. And we see a lot of that positive work and positive change happening, and I really foresee that moving forward. So questions regarding our plan and are looking forward to 21-22.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Wise. I'm assumed too that Tri-County Health has been someone that the staff has conferred with on a regular basis regarding this plan. Is that correct? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so, in all reality, we've all been waiting on where the public health order is going to come. We have a lot of questions as we end the year, where are we going to be next year? It's hard to say exactly where we're going to be when we see those changes coming. So going off of where Tri-County was and where they thought changes would come for June, and their talk today and saying that they aren't going to add more to this. So in that conversation where we are currently and where we'll be, we feel like we're in alignment with the work. So I think the hard thing is I don't think Tri-County is willing to commit out where we'll be, and we're really trying to set a path forward where we have a solid plan, and we'll continue to monitor and partner with them. But in that work with them, they are aware, looking at the ability of masks, and also being able to really monitor and vet that, as you see even with the community. That's difficult. So really wanted to encourage that and maximize that has been a key piece in our partnership, talking with them.
So if the first day of school were tomorrow, we would expect this more normal approach to in-person learning.
That's correct.
Okay. Directors of the questions. Director Holtzman?
Yeah, so I just need to make sure that we're setting reasonable expectations, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, but the current public health order that came out yesterday, would we be in compliance with that public health order if we did these recommendations? The current order. I totally believe and expect, like you do, that the public health orders will change over time, and I expect that they'll just get better. But I just want to make sure we know where we're at right now. And do these recommendations comply with the public health order as of yesterday?
I would say that we're all reviewing that as of yesterday, as of today. So in getting that today, where Tri-County is projecting out with masks is similar to what we are saying also. So 12 and above, you have access. They are asking and saying that we'd like those who are not vaccinated to wear it. They're not adding responsibility or requirements on that of how we do it, and they understand that that's going to be a tough thing to vet each one and even verify each one. We want to encourage that. So I think when you come back, that we are going to support wearing masks. We're going to encourage those that have not been vaccinated to wear masks to be safe. But in all reality, I think on that side of saying, as you look at your healthy standard, to allow that piece that we don't have masks. So I'd say, yes, that's in alignment in our conversations today. They just received it the first time officially. So what we were planning and thinking was going to happen, we have that public health order in place. For as far as elementaries go, 11 and under, again, we're going to always support that individual choice of wearing masks. We're going to work through those who really need to. And then we're also providing the remote learning opportunities. So I'd say within each of those in our conversations and continued conversations, it's in alignment and knowing. But the exactness of everything, there's still gray. But I think their support of what we're doing in that plan is there.
Director Holzman, one more question, then Director Long.
So I have a follow-up and then a different subject, so I can wait on that if you'd like. So what I'm hearing is that you're still evaluating whether this recommendation complies with the current order, because based on the plain language, I understand why you're still evaluating. But I guess what I need to hear is that Douglas County School District will comply with the law, the public health order, because that is something that is an expectation, and I think the community just needs to hear that plainly, so.
Yeah, the conversation we're having, if Tri-County or CDPHE says we cannot do this, then we'll have to work through that piece. I think in setting that plan, working with them and sharing where we're at, working through what's reasonable and defining that with them, that I feel like what we're projecting out for August will be in alignment with the public health order and with our Tri-County and CDPHE. But at any time, they can come back, just like as we ended the year. They can come back and say, we need you to adjust this. You have to adjust this, but I think we need to set a plan forward. They really defer to us to say, what is our school? And with the changes and opening up, they want us to define what does school look like? And then I think they'll come back in with those plans. And if they have to say no, then they can say no at that time and go from there. But I think we're always trying to put out there of what our best planning and thinking is ahead of time.
Very good. Director Long, go ahead.
Just a couple of questions that I have is, number one, how can we protect our most at-risk and vulnerable student, teacher, and staff? So it seems like the reopening plan for next school years will be business as usual, but we know that the virus is not going away, and the variants, the bad one from several countries is actually getting much more contagious. So how can we protect those that has autoimmune disease and that is more receptive, to the COVID variant, that's more contagious? That's my question number one.
Yeah, so, I think in this plan, we have a number of options. So you look at the remote and e-learning options we have, especially for those most compromised. Even in this year, just as we celebrated tonight, those most compromised staff work through ADA. We'll have ADA process for staff. Those most compromised of students, we have options of their remote, and it's building upon what we've done this year. How we could also build in some things where you create some hybrid. EDCSD as a school has a hybrid function, so you aren't just remote, you also have that in-person option to have a little bit of a blend. Then you obviously have our schools in which you're coming back and having that normalcy, but also allowing those that need to wear masks, also look at the hand sanitizer to allow that choice and work with each individual. So I think at those times, each situation could be a little bit different, but I think we have multiple options in our district to work on the most vulnerable, including the access to vaccinations. the Tri-County and new public health order regarding 11 and under with the not needing to wear masks type of work moving forward too. So I think on that age versus need, we have a number of options that we'll continue to vote out. And we built in some flexibility that if we need some families to request a change to remote or learning, we can do that also.
So we will provide flexibility for our staff and the family who at the time when the school opened do not feel they could go back. We will give them the options of flexibility work rules or let those family go to online. So we will work with them in a nutshell.
Yeah, I think that was important now with all the questions we're getting to really predict out where we will be and the plan for that. That way we can adjust to those families, give enough time to think, ask questions, and then see which setting's best and continue to build that flexibility of staffing. We have the ability to increase staffing and work within that with any of those options. And
So
adjust
my
that.
last follow-up question is, so we will encourage face mask wearing. We will ask parents or teacher or staff to voluntarily put in their vaccine informations. None of those is mandatory, and it's just we asking for volunteers so that we don't get into the privacy issues that we may have. So that, however, raises a question about consistency. So if we base all of those on volunteer complying and things like that, are we let each building level principal to decide what is the best situations for their school? Or are you going to issue a directive from the central office and say that all this school need to run a certain way?
Yeah, so we're building out this consistency piece even now. That's part of the reason why we wanted to start setting our vision and our plan to move forward. So yes, as we move forward now and also as we return, creating those that common language, common practice. So as we build that forward, yes, you see that consistency of elementaries and that consistency of secondary schools within this.
Director Holtzman, go ahead.
Thanks. So I do appreciate that you have set a goal for us of being back in person without face coverings, if possible, by the public health orders, without quarantines as much as we can make it that way. And so as I think about those goals, I would love to have more information about the analysis of why we would not consider requiring immunizations. I have some guesses because I know that we require other immunizations. I'm guessing it may have something to do with the fact that the COVID-19 vaccines are, I believe, just emergency approval at this point, and maybe that has something to do with it. But I would just like to have more information, maybe not tonight, but as we analyze that question, if we had staff that was fully immunized, of course, medical exemptions, religious exemptions, that could help us stay in school and not have so many quarantines. And I think we're well on our way voluntarily. But I would just like to have more information about how you came to that conclusion, because I know that even some neighboring districts have come to other conclusions. So as you go forward, if you could help us out with that question, I'd appreciate it.
Yep, we'll bring back more data on that. I'd say there's a few that have gone to requiring or mandating vaccines, especially for staff, and majority are probably in the same spot where we are. But those are conversations we have at DASC, and I'll bring back some better numbers for you.
Very good. All right, Mr. Wise. Well, I mean, the good news is that we're looking at returning to school as normal as possible. And I think that's very exciting that we just need to pause and celebrate and go, wow, the light in the tunnel is there finally. So thank you for that overview. I know you have another topic for your updates, so we'll move on to that.
Absolutely. If you can forward to the next slide, please. Educational equity and inclusive excellence right now is a big topic. And I want to take a second and say a few things that when we look at educational equity, it is not critical race theory. When we look at...
Point of order.
Well, excuse me, audience. So that is the behavior that we can't have tonight because it will slow us down and it's judgmental and it's condemnation. So I would just ask for us to maintain a decorum of respect for the rest of this evening. So please refrain. Mr. Wise, please go ahead.
Yeah, and to reference that, I think the questions, the lack of understanding and the need to engage is there. Okay, so we need to come together, we need to have those conversations. But I want you to know that education equity is not critical race theory. Okay? So as we
Point of
start going
order.
forward, I want you to know that we as a district, and I paused where we are, looking at a systemic approach to our work, looking at the next steps to look at how do we define equity as a school district throughout all of us. How we build work to have symposiums, have roundtables, work through that dialogue and conversations together. What there's sharing is that there's a definite need, and a need to move that forward in a systemic approach. So I think that looks at how we plan forward in the next 1 year, 2 year, 3 years and beyond of what are our next steps as an entire district. How do we take those and move those forward in a way that we can build in not only understanding, but building community together? And that's a key piece that we want to make sure that we have as we go forward. I'd like to ask our Director of Language, Culture, and Equity, Remy Rummel, to come up and just share a little bit more about these things. But I also want you to know that it's really that systemic approach of how we all are working together to build the next steps, to build that understanding, to continue to share what is happening in Douglas County and Douglas County schools, what is not happening, okay, but also the national movement to then a state and where we are as a local base, really be able to build that forward within the years to come and with all groups. Okay, so Remy?
Good evening, Mrs. Rummel. I'm sorry, Director Lung?
Before we continue, could you please explain to the public that is in attendance, what's the rule of observing, in the order while people doing presentations and talking? I think we owe, the public to remind them, what is the right way of handling, themselves during the boardroom.
Thank you, Director Lung. I think for the sake of time, because we want to move on to public comment, I will be more explicit with public comment, but if we need to pause again, I will give that, those ground rules. But for right now, Ms. Rummel to go ahead and share the information you came to share.
Great, thank you. Good evening, directors. Good evening, Cabinet, Mr. Wise. Thank you for having us here tonight. Douglas County School District's goal, our desire, is to build and bridge a community in which every person belongs. Belonging is unconditional. Belonging is due to a human's worth because they are human. So in our district, we are building a community that empowers our students where people truly belong. Our educational equity policy defines equity as this. Equity refers to providing all individuals and groups of individuals with fairness and respect in their opportunities to participate in and benefit from the district's programs, and to ensure that every stakeholder has the opportunity to reach their potential. Every stakeholder. Educational equity in the Douglas County School District is not synonymous with critical race theory. Critical race theory is an academic, theoretical framework. It is broad. It is generally accessible in higher education. It is generally inaccessible in our core Colorado academic standards. Critical race theory concepts overlap with a number of theories, including stereotype theory, system theories, the medical sciences and the theories behind them, etc. Many more theories and concepts overlap with critical race theory. In Douglas County School District, we focus specifically on the Colorado academic standards. If you look at every single standard, at every single grade level, K through 12, in history and social studies, you will see that critical thinking is the essential focus. You can see that through, specifically, multiple perspectives, using primary and secondary resources, and the considerations of the impact of groups, cultures, entities in our society on history and today's world. We foster critical thinking. We foster ways of thinking, how to think, but absolutely not what to think. Critical race theory is a theoretical framework. Secondly, the trainings facilitated by the Gemini Group are law-based. The Gemini Group partners with the Colorado Department of Education in the past and present. The Gemini Group is not centered on critical race theory. It is, however, centered in law, in historical law, in case law, and in the laws that we live in right now. The Gemini Group trainings were grant funded 100%. The EARS grant that was allocated by the Colorado Department of Education funded the Gemini Group trainings in Douglas County School District. The EARS grant allocates supplemental resources to school districts with a focus on equity work. We cannot allocate these funds toward general things we have in the general fund, such as salaries. There are specific allowable and non-allowable activities allocated in the EARS grant. It is not taking money out of our general fund, and it is specifically purposed for equity-focused work. Third, No Place for Hate is an optional framework focused on anti-bullying. No Place for Hate meets all requirements in House Bill 15-1702. It is on the Colorado Department of Education's list of approved programs for anti-bullying. It is a completely voluntary club in our schools, and it addresses anti-bullying behaviors and systems through the concept specifically around belonging. It is important for us to remain steadfast in communicating clear and factual information. We must clarify misinformation and rumors. We must foster critical thinking. As an example of a rumor that is spreading through our community, I want to address one here tonight. In previous public comment, it was declared that a No Place for Hate lesson specifically referenced genital tucking and becoming a more feminine, trans feminine person. That specific lesson is nowhere in No Place for Hate, and it is nowhere found in the Anti-Defamation League's other curricular supplemental resources. That is found online. The verbiage that was used in the last board meeting specifically is found on the Rainbow OT site. It is an occupational therapy site dedicated to helping trans feminine people. It is tagged to lowercase, and this is very important, to lowercase ADL. After doing a little bit of digging, I didn't know what that meant. I thought, what does that mean? After doing a little digging, that on this website meant activities for daily living. That is not the Anti-Defamation League. As a district, Mr. Wise and Cabinet and I have had conversations about the importance of clarifying and clearing misinformation that is circulating in our district that is dividing our community. In the Douglas County School District, we begin with dignity, belonging, Worth, inclusion. Each human in our district starts with that worth. They have a right to belong in our district. Each person must be treated as such unconditionally. All of this, I will go back to the beginning of my statement. DCSD's desire is to build and bridge a community in which everyone belongs. Our students deserve nothing less from us.
Mr. Rummel, thank you. I also want to take a look and say, part of our work moving forward is also to address what are next steps of looking at educational equity with our data. What's our data tell us, and how does that help us with our next steps, not only in a year's work, but also years 2, 3, and beyond. I'm going to ask Mr. Matt Reynolds, our Chief Officer of Curriculum Instruction Assessment, to come up and share a little more on these next steps. Next slide, please.
Good evening, Board of Directors.
Good evening.
So I do want to provide a little context of the work over the next 3 years. This is going to be very high level in terms of what we're doing, because there's a lot of work to be done in terms of just recovering from COVID period. But I do want to connect some of the dots, specifically with the previous conversation regarding budget. The first bullet is to analyze current data and processes. We did administer CMAS in accordance with the requirements of Colorado Department of Education, along with PSAT 8-9, PSAT, SAT. We've administered AP tests and a variety of other concurrent enrollment and career and technical education courses this year. Our opportunity to review that data typically comes in the summer. It's usually around July is when we start getting that data back. Our process for looking at that data is a longstanding process that's involved in unified improvement planning, which is required by the state, which is to disaggregate that data and look for opportunity gaps. And as you know, Remy talked about earlier, the idea of looking at benefits and opportunities. And when we came back to you guys earlier this year regarding our monitoring report, we looked at those very two things: who has access to programs and who's benefiting from these programs, which is exactly the type of analysis that we'll do with this, with equity in mind. It's looking at all types of subgroups. So that'll be a very big part of our work moving forward into the summer and even into next year. The nice thing about data is the land of data never stops. We get one cycle of data and we start another round, and really looking for opportunities across multiple different demographic groups to find areas for improvement. A few things that are going on with the work of the Equity Advisory Committee and that council that's specified in policy is to identify what their purpose and mission statement is. That's work that they've been doing as a committee, and also establishing clear bylaws for what that committee does and how it behaves. Very similar to the other committees that you all have the purview over, is to have bylaws so that we know clearly what their scope of work is and how the members behave within that committee. We'll also look at the overall strategic plan. That's something that post-COVID we need to evaluate all aspects of the strategic plan, and not just our work with equity, is to look at all of the different strategic initiatives that are in our plan and evaluate it based on our current state. This plan was adopted back in 2019, pre-COVID. It's our opportunity to go back and to reevaluate this plan in light of some of the changes that we've seen. And we do know that some of the changes that we have are with us to stay, including some of the learning that we've established. As Superintendent Wise talked about, we will have learning that will continue in a variety of remote settings. That's something that we believe will stick with us, and so there will be some changes. The next is to gather expertise from leaders in this field, including from our neighboring districts who have also done work in this area, and also the Colorado Department of Education. It's important for us to be able to connect with other districts that have done this type of work, to be able to create timelines and processes that are effective and have been effective for our neighbors who have done this work. Next slide, please. Year 2 and year 3, continue to engage. Superintendent Wise did talk about that idea of engaging with our community, and that's a very real part of this process, is to be able to engage and have this conversation. Also, not just our broader community, but also schools themselves. They have an opportunity to really look at their own information, their own data, to identify unique characteristics of their own student population. That's something that we support on the data analytics side. And also, after analyzing the data, is to be able to identify our highest priority needs. When we look at something like, take graduation statistics, when we look at our overall graduation rate, which is over 90%, but when we look at some of our disaggregated subgroups, they're not over 90%. So it's taking an examination of looking at those specific demographic groups and finding opportunities for us to grow and improve in light of continuous improvement. Year 3 is really about creating that district-wide implementation plan after connecting with data and our stakeholders. And also looking at some professional development opportunities for not just our staff, but also our community regarding what's our goals and purpose here. Really, when you think of our strategic plan, we have priority student outcomes that are really the driving force to the work that we do with the strategic plan. And this is also an opportunity for us to continue that work to make those priority student outcomes really the focus of our work.
Next slide, please. So at this time, what questions do you have for any of us? And we also have some others available, depending on your questions.
Very good. Well, first of all, I want to thank you. This was certainly one of those requests, those asks that we had at our last meeting, is to begin clearly communicating an understanding around implementation as well as our definition of what equity is. And so I want to thank all three of you for being responsive. I know there's been a lot of work the last 2 weeks to do just as you said, Mr. Wise, is to really dig deep and reevaluate and really make sure we've got a systemic approach that aligns and that we have that engagement with the community. And I do want to just pause with the engagement with the community and just say that I think as we have talked before, there's a need for us to have engagement that's different than the boardroom. There's a need for symposium type engagement where we can sit at round tables, where we can have eye-to-eye conversation and interactions, because obviously this doesn't work well for us to have what I would call conversations that are productive, because it's very one-sided. Present, we listen, we respond. And so I'm also excited that we'll look for opportunities to really have those roundtable conversations with our public, because they deserve to have conversations in developing their understanding as well. So what other questions, board directors, do you have regarding the presentation that we've just received? Director Lung and then Director Meek.
Well, I would like to thank you, Director Remy Ramos, and her effort in this leading this equity effort, which spent countless hours working with Student Advisory Committee, which has a support for that, and we have a Equity Advisory Committee, gather public input, come to the board at least 3 times, and have at least 2 work sections on that. Spent, I would say, literally 6 months to come up with that. In the last board meeting, we actually modify it to remove some language that is objectable from the community. So we hear the community and we do the best work. And equity is not only about race. We need to make sure that we teach our student with special ed, at-risk student. We know that there's history of female students that don't do good, in engineering for some sort of reason. So there's a lot of area about equity. And so I would like to ask you a point-blank questions, Superintendent Wise. We were told that because of the May 25th board meetings, you cave into the pressures and drop the training in the next 2 days because, and I quote from what I read from some of the website, that you are being caught red-handed implementing the critical race theory, and therefore, you change directions. So I would like to give you an opportunity to clarify to the general public once for all. Are you using those Gemini group training to teach critical race theory and ask our teacher to teach critical race theory using those training? Are you caving to the pressures to cancel those meetings? Or is this something that you have well planned and trying to make sure that you reorganize it and refocus it, not because of reactions that you have to the last board meeting?
Yeah, so I'm gonna defer a little bit to Remy and others to talk about the work with Gemini. I would say my pause is to establish, say, where are we as a system? With the strategic plan and the development of it, and with action teams, there's been the implementation of work. Going back to where we as a system, as a large district of close to 65,000 students and number of schools, we pause to say, where are we and how do we build this forward in a systemic approach? And what that means is including the Board of Education, Superintendent, Cabinet, schools, and our community. We're working to build, for instance, in the fall, a symposium to build in engagement with community, that dialogue, those opportunities to have a roundtable to build that community together with our work. So assessing where we were and where we're going to take a step back of that implementation is really looking at approach. Hence, that was a pause to review, regroup, and establish a plan to move forward that is district-wide and look at equity and where our gaps are. As far as the work goes, I'm going to allow Director Rummel to come up and talk a little more on that.
Thank you, Superintendent Wise. Yes, the Gemini Group absolutely is law-based. They are civil rights attorneys. They have decades of experience and expertise. They've served on presidential committees, served at the U.S. Civil Rights Office. They have earned their credibility, and they are partnering with our Colorado Department of Education. That's where we learned about them. It wasn't an arbitrary decision, and it was very methodical in our strategic planning process to choose the Gemini Group to work with our adults. That is a very important delineation to make. They are adult-focused trainers to help us consider the laws in the United States and their impact on public education. It was not intended for children. Children were not invited. Students were not invited. Even our esteemed student advisory group was not a part of that training intentionally, because this was training for adults. Our professional development needs to challenge us, needs to make us think, and needs to make us better educators for it. And that was part of our strategic planning process. I would ask Dr. Page, I'm not sure, he is actually traveling, so I don't know if he actually was able to join this, and Mr. Jack Kronzer, if they have anything to add to that.
I know we saw Mr. Kronzer. Mr. Blair, did we see Mr. Page or Dr. Page? Dr. Page is not online. All right, I did see Mr. Kronzer earlier. There he is, Mr. Kronzer. Mr. Kronzer, you are muted.
Of course, I'm muted in a public forum. That's
of course.
Really embarrassing. I certainly agree with Remy in terms of how intentional we were about securing the services of the Gemini Group. I was a part of the training that the Colorado Department of Education conducted, and that's when we first met the Gemini Group, and was really the concept that they were promoting really had to do with inclusion, which is I'm a big proponent of. I'm a big proponent of equity, of diversity, and inclusion. And their big message was really about how to make sure that all people, students, employees, are included and have access to all the resources that a district has. That's their big message.
I don't know, I didn't give an appropriate introduction to you, Mr. Kronzer. Mr. Kronzer works with our Human Resources Department as a consultant, but also has been a longtime Douglas County School District employee since, 20-some years, and has actually been part of this notion of inclusionary practices and diversity and equity for all those years. So I do want to just reiterate who you are and thank you for those additional words. Ms. Rummel, anything that you wanted to add to that in regarding the work, the professional development opportunity?
Only just reiterating that concept of belonging. We were going to be framing that day around Dr. Floyd Cobb and Mr. John Crownapple's work, Belonging Through a Culture of Dignity. And that is a book that has been published. It was published in 2019, and it really focuses on unconditional belonging, creating a climate and a culture that fosters unconditional belonging and honors the humans in our presence. And honoring our students and staff is our number one priority in order to educate people.
Director Meek, Director Holtzman, and then Director Hansen. Director Meek.
Thanks. Superintendent Wise, Ms. Rummel, and Mr. Reynolds, thanks for clearing up some misinformation that we heard at the last board meeting. I think it's really helpful to have that. I wanted to share a little bit about the No Place for Hate program. I had the opportunity to attend an activity at a high school a few weeks ago, and I thought it might be helpful for the community to hear a little bit more about the opportunity. As was said, it's a voluntary program that schools can put on. And what this school decided to do was focus on cyberbullying. And so they had the high school students line up in their class, and they would go to one side of the room if they agreed with a statement. They'd go to the other side if they disagreed with the statement. And so I just have the list of statements here, and I thought it would be helpful to hear the kinds of questions that were asked of students. I use social media often. I have been negatively impacted by something someone said online. A photograph of yourself online has been edited in an offensive way. Do you believe this is cyberbullying? Someone makes a threatening comment based on your gender, race, religion, or sexual orientation. I believe this is hate speech. I believe I have the power to influence the impacts of cyberbullying and hate speech. And the last question was, I have a trusted adult I can go to if I need to. Who is your trusted adult? And after each question, they would stop and talk in groups, and you would see throughout the activity, it was really interesting. On some questions, it seemed like more females would go to one side versus another side, but it was a wonderful opportunity for students to talk with each other. So, I do a lot of reading on education and how to help students improve, and you have to create conditions, optimal conditions for teaching and learning, and the equity policy is really about that. The policy is really around making sure that every student, whether they have a speech impediment, need a wheelchair, they're autistic, whether they come from a family that's rich, working class, or poor, whether they speak English, Mandarin, or Spanish, whether they're gay, straight, or transgender, whether they're black, brown, or white, every single student belongs. And that is exactly what this program is about. And as one board member, I believe parents and community members absolutely deserve transparency. I believe everything we've been doing has been very transparent throughout the process and will continue to be. And we're stronger together, and by joining together and talking and making sure that correct information is out there, I believe we can be stronger as a community and a place where all children can learn, grow, thrive, and feel safe. So I just want to thank you all for your work.
Thank you, Director Meek. Director Holtzman and then Director Hansen.
Thank you. I have a couple comments and then a question also. And I also wanted to thank you, Ms. Rummel, Dr. Lanning, Dr. Page, for your leadership in all of our equity work. Working with the Equity Committee, which, just for clarification, I wanted to make sure, it doesn't happen to be one of our standing board committees, but it is a committee that's been led by our staff as you implement our policies. I want to thank you for seeking grants. Money that is above and beyond what we would get from our state and local funding. I think it's worthy of all of our thanks. It's literally hundreds, if not thousands of hours filling out applications. I know that once you get the grant, it's tracked. There's tons of data and things that you have to do to keep this money for our students, and I want to appreciate that. And so as we look forward, knowing that sometimes grants have timelines when the money has to be spent, I do have a question about, are we going to make that timeline? I think the work that's happening is very important, whether it be with the Gemini group, which the CDE has used and recommended, whether it be with someone else. The whole reason that we do this is to make sure that our students feel like they belong. And I want to thank our leaders in this area for listening to our students who have not felt a sense of belonging in our schools and in our community. And I am sad to say that over the past couple of meetings, it's become even more clear to me why some students might feel that way. And I would ask that tonight when you speak to us, that you remember that they're watching and that we treat each other with dignity and respect and show that we each do have worth. We don't have to agree, but I hope that we can do that and that we can listen to one another. And I think tonight we had this great presentation with very good information. And as you listen to that and as we listen to public comment, I hope that we can set an example for our students. So with that, my question is, will we be able to utilize those funds? Will they not be used? I know that that's not something we ever want to do, is to take funds and not be good stewards of them. So where are we at on that?
Yep, so I'll start, and then Director Romo can jump in and share more. As we regrouped, we wanted to say, as a systemic approach, how can we build in what groups have done, including possibly Gemini, CDE, and others, with the state and with other districts? When you look at the implementation of equity within other districts, what have they done? What can we learn from them? So I think in that idea of how do you implement as a large district? What's a timeline to implement as a large district? And then how do you build in all of your stakeholders? I want to say as we reach out and you hear the public comment, get engaged, get involved, be a part of it. And we want to build out those opportunities within that. And that's how we see the reorganization of the work to maybe capture that systemic approach, to capture that opportunity to guide not only the timeline, but also then the next steps and also engagement. So I think on that side to share what have we done in other places, what can we learn, and to build that forward in that mechanism. So, Remy?
And so, yes, we actually have, Dr. Lanning couldn't be here tonight. She and I wrote that grant essentially together. She took the helm on that piece as well, and she reached out to the state last week so that we would have a better understanding if we had a chance to meet the deadline. The state was gracious with us and has extended the deadline for spending out that grant through September. So we will have opportunity to regroup, as Superintendent Wise has said, and to consider how that will be spent under what is allowable and not allowable within the parameters of the grant.
Very good, thank you, Director. Director Hansen, wrap us up, because then we'll take a quick 5-minute break and then begin public comment. Director Hansen?
Yeah, just a quick question. Was the training that was provided to our staff by the Gemini Group mandatory training or professional development, or was it just one of the many options that we provide our employees so that they can earn their necessary professional development hours?
It was 100% voluntary. All sessions were voluntary and not required. We did have one session during a professional development day. However, schools were not required to attend that. Many schools had their own pathway, so there was ample choice. The same thing goes for the training that was supposed to happen last week. It was absolutely voluntary, and school teams who were interested, and then many district leadership teams by department registered for that training as a learning opportunity.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, thank you, one and all, and we will take a 5-minute break and reconvene about 8:02. All directors to the dais, please. Including Director Lung. Next on our agenda is public comment. Two policies guide how public comment to the board is received: Board Policy KE, Public Complaints, and Board Policy BEDH, Public Participation at Board Meetings. Policy BEDH states that comments be focused on policy matters, and Board Policy KE outlines the appropriate channels of communication for a concern to be addressed prior to bringing it to the Board of Education. Public comment is placed prior to action items proposed on our agenda. Public comment is placed after staff information-only presentations so that public commenters can hear information that may be pertinent to their public comments. Those wanting to make public comment are requested to complete an online form prior to 3 o'clock of the meeting. Thanks to the recent issuance of a public health order that has lifted restrictions for the in-person capacity of this room, we have been able to give public commenters the choice of whether to present in person or through virtual means. Those who are signed up to provide comment virtually, please remember the following. Once you've called in, your phone will be muted until your name is called. You will be able to listen to the meeting via your phone but not able to speak. Please make sure that you are not running the meeting on a computer in the background and that you are in a quiet environment. Keep in mind that the meeting broadcasted on YouTube is slightly delayed, so it's best to only listen to the meeting through your device. Once I call your name, please state your name and ask if you can be heard, and then I will respond for you to continue. The board would like for all discourse that occurs in this room to occur in an atmosphere of mutual respect. Everyone in this room plays an important part in modeling appropriate behavior and promoting an environment that is fair, safe, and dignified. To maintain this decorum of mutual respect, speakers are asked to refrain from using individual names in an offensive manner, as this only distracts from the issue of concern. Applause, shouting, verbalizing while someone is making public comment compromises the decorum of respect. In order to make this a safe place for everyone, I would also ask that you eliminate words and tones that intimidate, condemn, or judge others. Helpful comments are those that propose positive solutions and opportunities for working together. Please also keep in mind that there may be a need to interrupt if a board director calls for a point of order. If this occurs, all comments stop until directed to continue. Each speaker tonight, and we have many, will be allotted up to 3 minutes to address the board. You will hear a tone signaling the end of this time. Out of respect for other commenters, please complete your comments within this 3-minute time. Due to the number of public commenters, there are 60 public commenters signed up tonight, I will also ask you to stop immediately once you hear the tone for the 3 minutes to end. Please know that this is our time to just listen without engaging in discussion. However, your comments will certainly be considered as the board continues its work. I would also add that if you are seeking answers to a specific question, please consider emailing the board or contacting Assistant Secretary Sandy Marsh to schedule a phone conversation with the board director. It is also important for our listening public to understand that public comments are not fact-checked, nor should the board's silence indicate agreement or disagreement with what is being said. So with that, we will move on to public comment. I will call off several names so that you're alerted in terms of the order that we'll be hearing tonight. So I'll begin with Peyton Gilstrap and Krista Gilstrap, Jackson Ingram, and Andy Jones. So those will be the next 4 people that we hear from. So Peyton and Krista Gilstrap. I believe Peyton there she is. All right, come on up. Good evening, Peyton.
Hello, my name is Peyton and I go to a DCSD middle school. I'm going into 8th grade And yeah, this school year has been very difficult for me because of COVID. I moved to a new school this year, and it was my first year in a middle school. It was hard to learn anything because of the constant quarantines and shutdowns throughout the year. Making friends was especially hard for me because of the masks and being in and out of school. It was hard to form any real relationships. Please do not make us wear masks next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Peyton. Krista Gilstrap is next. Excuse me, audience, that's what I'm talking about. We can't, I know it's tempting to applaud each time, but it really slows us down. Again, Krista Gilstrap, then Jackson Ingram, and then Andy Jones, and then Melissa Bishop. Ms. Gilstrap, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to give a quick note about my daughter. She's extremely shy and introverted, and if any of her former teachers are listening, they'd probably tell you that's the most they've ever heard her talk. She overheard me talking about my plans to speak tonight, and she said she wanted to as well. I doubted she really would and explained to her exactly what she was wanting to do, thinking she'd changed her mind, but she insisted she wanted to speak. I say this because this is a testament of how awful this past year was for her, with all the COVID restrictions, and how terrified she is that this coming year will be equally as bad, which is what brought me here to speak in the first place. I have 3 other students currently enrolled in Douglas County schools. Next year, I will have 2 in middle school and 2 in elementary. This is my first time speaking before you, but it's not my first time getting involved. I've been on school SACs, been involved in district committees, emailed many of you, or all of you, many times, and have met with several of you previously. I hope that through our limited interactions, you know me to be reasonable, level-headed, and able to agree to disagree. I certainly don't need or expect you to agree with me 100% of the time, but what I do expect is that you allow us to do what's best for our own children. This past year, you have done anything but that. In fact, for people who campaigned on being for the kids, you have made decisions this year that one could question whether you considered the kids at all. You campaigned against the Reform Board for their top-down dictator-type rule, yet you are repeating their mistakes. You all have become the very thing you campaigned against. You have repeatedly forced top-down agendas, handcuffing both parents and staff's ability to make the best decisions for their students. You have pushed public comment to the end of the meeting, knowing many won't hang in there that long, and those that do won't be heard by very many. You have silenced your opposition and fostered a toxic environment where staff and parents alike are afraid to speak out honestly. We are literally right back where we were a few years ago when you all took over. Different faces, different agendas, but the same result. My main reason for speaking here tonight is to ask that you all stick to the proposed plan Superintendent Wise outlined. For no masks, no mandatory vaccines, no quarantine for healthy children or staff. Thank you, Mr. Wise, for fighting for us. Please know your plan is supported by a large amount of the community. I also expect this to be true for all students, staff, and visitors to the building. To expect students, staff, or parents to reveal their private medical decisions would be discrimination at its worst. It would be contrary to the very purpose of our education system: free and accessible and equal education for all, not to mention a complete violation of a person's medical autonomy. Students, staff, parents must always be allowed to make the medical and health decisions that are right for them without coercion or pressure from their schools, peers, staff members, or any other government entity. I am asking you to approve Superintendent Wise's proposed plan. I also expect you to push back on any policies that come from the state level that go against the plan that's been outlined. I expect you all to be leaders as we move past the horror that was 2020 and not hide behind the decisions of others. You all have leverage as the board of one of the state's largest districts, and it's time you use it and fight for what's best for our kids.
Ms. Gilstrap, Jackson Ingram is next. Thank you.
Okay.
Andy Jones, and then Melissa Bishop. Jackson Ingram, are you there? One more time, I believe Jackson is online. Mr. Blair? Was there, but he is not now. Okay, we'll move on. Mr. Jones, Andy Jones, please come on up. And then Melissa Bishop is next, and then Julie Bateman, and then we'll circle back to Jackson if we get him back online. Mr. Jones.
Before my time starts, I would like to ask everybody, please be respectful of the rules that Director Ray gave us tonight. We are respectful people. Good evening, directors, staff, amazing parents and community members of this school district. My name is Andy Jones, and I speak as a frustrated member of this community. I'm not going to take much time tonight because so many of my comments over the last 3 months have had the same theme. You may find my voice tiresome, and I have certainly felt the daggers coming from your eyes. But this is a simple request. It takes so little effort on your part as to seem trivial for me to continually bring this up. It's kind of like kicking a dead horse, but the horse is not dead if you keep the speech-killing practice of making us wait until late in the night for public comment. Your words, and this was in a comment to me in an email you sent to me, Director Ray, public comment has been placed in the middle of the agenda to allow the public the option to hear staff presentations prior to making their comments. In many cases, we found that the concerns and/or questions a public commenter might have been addressed during these presentations, end quote. And then I replied, you claim that you are now, after February the 2nd, but never a consideration before, placing public comment after staff presentations in hopes that the commenters' questions will be answered and therefore they decline to speak. So I shake my head when I read that from you and at the reasoning and respectfully ask that you reconsider this practice. It's probably been a while since any of you have done public comment. What we do, some of us, we spend hours, some of us spend days crafting this comment because we know we have one shot only to speak to you. This is not a conversation. So for you to think that we sit here, listen to your amazing staff make a presentation, and then we say, okay, my question's been answered, I'm leaving. No, we spend time and effort to talk to you. You say this is your chance to listen to us. I beg of you to do so by one simple request. Public comment early in the meeting, traditionally 6:30, right after you have praised all of the kids and the teachers and staff, put public comment back. And I only have a few more points here. I'm going to give you a little bit of incentive. I will personally not make public comment on the 25th if you decide to move public comment back to 6:30.
Point of order.
Okay? I respectfully ask, and I even say pretty please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Melissa Bishop, are you there?
Hi.
Hi, Ms. Bishop, I can hear you. Or did hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, Mrs. Bishop, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment this evening. My name's Melissa Bishop, and I'm an elementary general music teacher in the district and have been a teacher in the district for many years. My daughter graduated from Douglas County School District, and I'm also a resident. I just wanted to speak about the board's equity policy and say how happy I am that we have that policy in existence and how very much I have appreciated the conversation that happened around that equity policy tonight. I want to thank Ms. Rummel for her leadership and ability to speak clearly in a hostile environment about the things that are most important to our students and the staff and our community, which is this need for belonging and to belong. I was surprised, and I don't think I need to go into detail because Ms. Rummel did a great job explaining some confusion there is about critical race theory and whether or not that's being taught or there are plans for that to be taught in our public schools. However, what I will say is that there is an element of that, and that would be the critical piece. And that critical thinking is something that we hold very dear to our education and is very, very important that we are raising critical thinkers who can apply their learning to their lives and be good problem solvers. I think we can all say that what the real issue seems to be is talking about race and how we talk about that with our students and all of the different ways that we are different from each other. So I was really happy to hear also the stress being placed on helping everyone, every human in our district to reach their full potential. And I was very saddened to hear how some of our staff development opportunities have been stifled. And I'm looking forward to those other opportunities in the district. I know I have learned a lot and I'm looking forward to learning even more. And for our students who are listening who may feel that they don't belong, I just want you to know that there are many teachers and staff and community members that see you, and I want you to know that I see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bishop. Justin Bateman is next, and Holly Osborne Horn, Jennifer Iverson, and Kelly Dixon. Julie Bateman, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Bateman, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and for clearing up a lot of misconceptions tonight. I have a lot of respect for every parent and community member who's willing to take the time to speak to their convictions, so thank you. I'm here to speak about the equity policy, which seemed fairly innocuous to me and frankly not bold enough. So hearing such fervent opposition to it made me really listen to the concerns of our parent community. I heard parents speak about their fears that this policy was brainwashing, racially dividing, and making their white kids feel guilty. Listening to the comments made me realize just how much we all have in common as parents. We all want our kids to feel safe, included, and valued. We all want our kids to thrive in communities with those who may not share all their values, but can still appreciate each other's humanity. The current equity policy reinforces these ideas. There is nothing in there about blaming or shaming white students. There's nothing about critical race theory, and any conceptions, misconceptions, or opinions about critical race theory are not relevant because our equity policy is not critical race theory. What I did see were the words pursuit of equitable education opportunity, which is something we should be thriving for as a community. The policy states that it will not tolerate biased, inequitable, racist, or exclusive practices, which again is something I think we can all agree is a win for public schools. To the parents who are concerned that the schools are becoming vehicles to push social justice, I hear you. I would not want a teacher pushing his or her political ideology onto my child. What I do want, however, is for my child to have the vocabulary and tools to navigate tough conversations and to learn how to think about difficult topics. Social issues come up in every novel, history book, and even science class. Try reading To Kill a Mockingbird without mentioning race, or Great Gatsby without mentioning class. A good teacher should not be pushing ideology, but they should be allowing students to think critically and develop their own ideas about complex topics. Kids should be learning to discern multiple layers of nuance in a world in which so many things are presented as binary, either this or you're this. As an educator for 14 years and a mother of a child in DCSD schools, this is my hope for the policy. Furthermore, kids should be learning a complete history of the United States, a history that includes moments of beauty and glory, as well as chapters of ugliness. You can love your country while recognizing its imperfections. Similarly, with this policy, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. You don't have to love everything about it to see its merit. I support the policy, and I hope more of us can come together in support of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bateman. Holly Osborne Horn is next, Jennifer Iverson, Kelly Dixon, and then Michael Peterson. Ms. Horn.
Good evening. The email from Superintendent Wise we received today was somewhat encouraging regarding the return to normalcy within the schools next year. A concern has arisen that children will be required to wear a mask based on their teachers' needs, though. I love our teachers very much, but if they will require children to wear masks in their classroom when others will not, it will create a serious problem among the students and in classroom placement. Maybe those teachers should shift to teaching online until their issue is rectified. My hope is this plan will come to fruition, and whether a teacher or student has had the experimental COVID shot or not, they will not be required to wear a mask. They should never be singled out for their medical decisions. In addition, we should never mandate a shot, because it's not a vaccine, that isn't even approved by the FDA and has caused many side effects and health issues, including death. I'm also here addressing you again tonight regarding the DCSD equity policy. I can't help but to feel incredibly confused about the equity training with the Gemini group that didn't happen last week. I received an email from one of you that said it had been canceled with no reason given. Another of you said it was paused. And when I called the superintendent's office, the response I received was the district was going to take a deeper look at a systemic approach to equity. While I appreciate your responses, I'm sure it is easy to see the reason behind my confusion. We, the parents, need complete transparency regarding any potential plans for equity policies within our district. We cannot operate on evasive answers or passing the buck from the board to the superintendent and back. The board needs to have oversight on this issue and take special interest in the matter rather than placing it all on the superintendent Wise to figure out. We also can't trust that the 30-plus stakeholders on the equity committee actually represent our interests, nor can we trust them to decide what is best for all children in the district. Is this committee made up of the people who met with Dr. Tucker in their living room, who said Republicans don't care about kids and that we need to make this country the progressive bastion of hope they want it to be? Or is it made up of people who share the same ideas as Reagan Bird, who was hired to give a presentation at Ranch View Middle School in 2019 that was entirely too mature for middle school age children and featured a video played 3 times that would incline children to have a negative view toward law enforcement? She was quoted as saying there was no other side than hers unless you were talking to a white nationalist. Do these 30 people agree with her? Unfortunately, when you include equity into the curriculum and trainings like that with the Gemini Group or presentations like that of Reagan Bird, it isn't just educational in nature because it includes social justice issues as well. We have the clear proof from the events I have mentioned above what it includes. There is a reason many states have outlawed it entirely. Please clarify to us how this is optional. Did the kids at Ranch View Middle have a choice to participate? It's my understanding the principal didn't want to have the second part of the presentation, but was bullied into doing so by Dr. Tucker. Regarding the Gemini training being optional for teachers, is it optional for students to walk out of their classroom when they begin to...
Okay, Mrs. Horn, thank you. That brings
Thank you.
Jen Iverson, Kelly Dixon, and Michael Peterson, and then Kathleen Boyer. Good evening.
Good evening. Equity and equality are often confused. Equality's end goal is simply fairness. Everyone has the same starting point and is treated exactly the same. However, with equity, we presume that not everyone comes from the same place, so each person is given what they need to be successful. Based on their unique abilities and needs, the very nature of special education is that no child is starting from the same place. If access to educational opportunities for all is the goal, it is. The sobering truth is that there is a long way to go. Any education system should be decreasing the impact of disabilities on a student's academic performance, not exacerbating it. The actions of the staff within each school directly and significantly affects the systems of support that are available to students. I am a proud mom of 2 children with autism. I feel vulnerable when I talk about them because there is so much misunderstanding around autism. My eldest son was given equality at his school. He did not receive the support that was clearly needed. He has an IQ of 147 and barely graduated with a 1.1 GPA. My youngest had a late diagnosis of autism, but his middle school was able to ramp up the support that equity calls for. I want others to see the beauty of how their minds work, but I often feel the community will judge them for merely being themselves. When I talk to other families whose children do not have the same struggles, I still find common ground. That's where I believe our largest DCSD community is struggling. When we have the courage to be vulnerable, we can honor each other's experiences. These are the ways equity can help students with disabilities in DCSD every day. A student with a writing disability may have a different expectation on an assignment, such as only writing 3 paragraphs instead of 5. If equality was implemented, the student would feel overwhelmed with anxiety and fatigue, which could lead to undesirable behaviors. Some students with slow processing speed may be offered the equity of extra time to complete an assignment or test, which would allow a teacher to fully see the learner's grasp of the information taught. If equality was provided, this student might be seen as less intelligent because they weren't given a chance and therefore less opportunities. A child with significant needs may have an educational assistant to further explain an idea or give them physical assistance. Without equity, this student would be left in the back of the classroom or merely not even allowed to attend school. The work for equity in DCSD has been explored for a few years now. I have hoped that this newly adopted policy, a new deputy position, new bylaws, and an accountability committee will pay special attention to special education.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. Kelly Dixon, Michael Peterson, Kathleen Boyer, and Connie Ingram. Kelly Dixon, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Dixon, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here to express my support for the district's equity policy. I'm excited to see that the district is thinking about and implementing modern policies and thinking about how to improve this facet of our children's education. I especially like the focus on critical thinking. I appreciate Dr. Rummel's explanations tonight and use of facts to clarify what the equity policy is. Some may argue that the training and practices implemented as part of an equity policy encourage focusing on our differences. I say seeing our differences is a good thing. People who are different from the norm are already hyper aware of their differences. And to Dr. Rummel's point about bullying earlier, people who are different are the most vulnerable to bullying, especially among kids. Our society is built on a certain kind of people being the norm. As a woman in a STEM field, I have a small taste of how othering it is, and I've always known how I am different than my predominantly male field. And by the way, I know firsthand that the top STEM employers implement equity training. Our kids need to have the language and understanding of the differences they are already aware of to be able to have constructive discussions, relationships, and interactions in society. Our children must be equipped by our education systems to think critically about the life experiences of people different from them. Some may argue that the equity policy teaches students to place value on a person based on their bodily characteristics. But to that I say, this type of training is teaching students how society already values people based on their bodies. Once acknowledged, this can allow students and people in general to see and appreciate how diverse we all are and make room in our institutions for that diversity. Regarding the race aspect specifically, some like to quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s statement about judging people based on the content of their character. But here's another to think about. Quote, "What is it America has failed to hear? It has failed to hear that the promises of freedom and justice have not been met. And it has failed to hear that large segments of white society are more concerned about tranquility and the status quo than about justice and humanity. We need to make changes and move forward together in the name of justice and humanity. And what better place than with the leaders of tomorrow? Because looking back on the education of my generation, how many of us learned the term ghetto, but not the term redlining? How many of us learned in 1492 Columbus sailed the ocean blue, but didn't learn about the extent of his enslavement and brutality against Native peoples? How many of us learned of the Holocaust, but never of the Tulsa Massacre, the 100-year anniversary of which has just passed? Or how many of us have to Google to know what the Red Summer of 1919 was? I was one of those people until the last year or so. Some may say equity policies are un-American, or specifically that they teach people to see race, which is racist. But racism isn't simply seeing race. It's implementing a power structure based on race. And America is already there. We've done it for hundreds of years. And to tell Americans of color that we won't see it, see them and their trauma and burden and try to lift some of it off of their shoulders, or indeed to turn a blind eye to how our society treats any individuals who are disadvantaged or told explicitly or implicitly that they don't belong, that is the true disservice to the values of our nation. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Michael Peterson is up, Kathleen Boyer, Connie Ingram, and Taryn Castro. Mr. Peterson. Good evening.
Thank you. I talked to Ms. Remmel during the break, and I gave her a chance to correct some of the inaccuracies that she made during her statement. I pointed out those inaccuracies, but she declined to speak prior to public comment. So for those parents that are listening, what she attributed for the parents speaking last board meeting to the ADL was wrong. I'll give you the quote. The actual source is The Real World, an Introduction to Sociology, 7th edition. It was adopted into the consent agenda, item number 20, by this board on May 11th, and you can find it on the curriculum page. That's where that came from. It was not from the ADL. I'd like to correct the facts. Into my statement, the Gemini group was not an outlier. I saw another video this week, I think the one that was referenced by Ms. Horn, that showed racial anti-oppression training delivered in a middle school in 2019. With a member of this board present at that training that seemed to be anti-white, anti-police, and completely inappropriate for middle school, and no, that was not adult-focused. What is this board trying to solve with equity? I still don't get the major problem here. The board spent much of the year crafting an equity policy and dedicated April staff training to Gemini-led CRT. We watched the videos, that's what it was, and planned to have them back for the leadership summit until we spoke up last week. The equity policy is functioning as a Trojan horse that is being filled with CRT warriors and drug into our classrooms. That's the reality of implementation. This needs to stop, and this board can stick up. You can stick up for the equity themes and policies and things that you want to express, but stop the implementation, which does not align with those policies. Instead of wasting the board's time, tens of thousands of taxpayer dollars, and much more in the next 3 years, and squandering valuable professional development sessions in pursuit of equity, I have some other options you could put in its place. One, a plan to get kids caught up who were left behind during the disruptions this year. Two, mental health. Three, closing the gap in reading and literacy in the district. All education is downstream of reading skills, and too many kids in this district are behind grade level in this respect. You want to equip our kids for future success in social and emotional well-being, ditch equity, and focus on reading, especially for dyslexic, ELL, affective needs, and our special needs populations. Speaking of special needs, how about dedicating more of your attention, resources, PD sessions to our IEP, 504, and other special needs kids? As a parent who represents this community, we feel largely ignored. Where's the professional development for mainstream teachers that have many of their kids in the classrooms but do not have the skills to effectively reach them as individuals? Where are the discussions about how to try to understand their unique context when dealing with discipline issues with our special need kids and expanding administrator discretion in achieving just outcomes? If you really cared about diversity, belonging, and inclusiveness, start with our special need kids, and it will benefit everyone in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Audience,
Point of
please.
order.
Kathleen Boyer. Audience, just again, a reminder, that's unnecessary. Kathleen Boyer, Connie Ingram, Taryn Castro, and Krista Mann. Ms. Boyer, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Boyer. I am a parent of 2 high school students in Highlands Ranch. I'm here tonight to talk about the equity and inclusion work happening in the district. I'm here to speak to you as the mother of a gay teenager. As a freshman, my son had a bottle thrown at him in the hall at school. He's an athlete, and for the last 3 years, he's had to listen to microaggressions against the LGBTQ community on the soccer field and in the classroom. He's heard whispers in the halls. His coaches and teachers were apparently unaware because it has gone mostly unchecked. Off the field, he doesn't feel like he fits in with his teammates. If you can picture the friend groups and cliques that form from athletic teams, that has not been his experience. According to one study, the rate of suicidal thoughts among heterosexual teens is 15%, while among LGBTQ teens it is 43%. LGBTQ individuals are 2.5 times more likely to experience depression, anxiety, and substance misuse compared with heterosexual individuals. There are 29 states where LGBTQ individuals are not fully protected from discrimination. That means they can be denied a place to live or be fired from their job because of who they are. Working to understand what systemically marginalized communities have endured and working to stop it is not divisive, it is inclusive. All over the country, workplaces, churches, professional sports leagues, and many other institutions are doing this type of work and education. I fear DCSD, its faculty, its staff, its students will be left behind on this learning curve because people are afraid to learn and change and work toward a better future for everyone. My hope is that DCSD can become more proactive at inclusivity and less reactive. Let's work to keep the harmful behavior from happening rather than meekly responding to it after the fact. I support the implementation of an equity and inclusion policy and the related training of faculty and staff needed to implement it. It could literally save lives.
Thank you, Ms. Boyer. Connie Ingram is next, Taryn Castro, Krista Mann, and William Schaefer. Ms. Ingram, are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead.
All right. So my son Jackson was unable to speak earlier, so I'm going to play his recording now.
Good evening, members of the school board and district staff members. My name is Jackson Ingram. I'm a 2017 graduate of Mountain Vista and a 2021 graduate of Bucknell University. Tonight, I'm reading a statement from 11-year-old Max, who's not available to read tonight. Board of Education members, my name is Max. I am a student in Douglas County, and I'm 11 years old. The systemic racism happening in our society is terrible, and kids need to learn the real history of what Black, Indigenous, people of color, BIPOC have experienced, as well as the experiences of the LGBTQ plus community. Kids need to learn that equality, treating people the same, is not always good and is very harmful sometimes. I want to learn our true history so I can know what I need to do to change our community in a positive way. Everyone is different in many ways, and we want to support them, not be against it. Equity is not treating people the same, but providing people what they need to thrive. Kids can't be treated the same because we are not the same. If I had the same treatment as the kids in class have, I would not be doing as good in class because my needs wouldn't be met. Our society needs to be an equitable society, so everyone has their needs met. The No Place for Hate program is such a good program because it makes kids feel safe in their society and helps stop bullying. In this society, we shouldn't be afraid of using words like racism, privilege, diversity, inclusion, and equity. Members of the board, please do what is best for us as students, not what makes the adults most comfortable.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Ingram, you are also signed up for public comment. Are you wanting to make your public comment now?
Yes, I would love to. Thank you.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Connie Ingram. I'm a parent of 2 DCSD graduates and a 17-year resident and homeowner in Douglas County. Tonight, I would like to support the district's educational equity policy. The Douglas County Board of Education has spent years developing a strategic plan. Throughout that process, the Douglas County community was included through surveys and public meetings, regularly requesting and receiving input from the entire county. Reviewing the strategic plan on the board's website, it is clear that the recently adopted educational equity policy directly relates to that plan in each of the 6 strategic themes: health, safety, and social emotional supports for students, post-graduation guidance and preparation, positive and supportive culture, aligned curriculum with flexible instructional delivery, equitable distribution of resources, recruitment, retention, and development of high-quality employees. From the board's website, we heard a strong message during our strategic planning process that student success must be defined by more than academic skills. Our community expects students to find personal growth and fulfillment in a safe and supportive environment that develops not just academic skills, but also the skills to ensure social, emotional, and physical well-being. The educational equity policy serves to guide the school district in ensuring representation, accessibility, diversity, equity, and inclusion within all school district approved curriculum. An environment that respects and recognizes the dignity of each individual leads to feelings of safety for everyone in the community. Granting other people access to basic human rights does not diminish anyone else's rights. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Ingram. Taryn Castro, Krista Mann, William Schaefer, and Laura Reeves. Ms. Castro, good evening.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to start with the definition of equity, although the previous person did give that definition. I will go ahead and do it again. This refers to providing all individuals and groups of individuals with fairness and respect and the opportunities to participate in and benefit from the district's programs and to ensure that every stakeholder has the opportunity to reach their potential. I'm sorry, but what is the outcome that we are looking for with this equity training? This has not been clearly defined, although she did break down some nice words. This undefined goal, I'm wondering how we're going to measure that. I'm sending my kid to school to learn reading, writing, arithmetic, not to have you guys promote their safety while hiding it under quote unquote equity. If we want to have conversations about race, which is what I feel like everyone wants to have a conversation about but won't, our district is comprised of, and these are fluid numbers, 1.5% of our district is Black or African American, 5.8% of our district is Asian, and 9.8% of our district is Hispanic, from what I can tell. The remainder is white or undefined. With equity training and words like fairness, again, undefined, how do we define fairness? Can someone please give me an example of how resources will be redistributed in such scenarios when we're talking about equity? That does take away from one person to give to another. We cannot refute that. That is how it works. So I'm just wondering what that scenario looks like for the 88% of our students that are white, the 9.8% of our students who are Hispanic. So I'm just wondering what that looks like for you guys. I really ask that the board and apparently teachers stop teaching and embracing the 3 great untruths. The untruth of fragility. What doesn't kill you makes you weaker. The untruth of emotional reasoning. Always trust your feelings. The untruth of us versus them. Life is a battle between good and evil. As a person of color, please stop using me, my family, and my community members as your human shield to try to gain power, promote racist ideas, and to reduce complex students into limiting labels. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. Krista Mann, William Schaefer, Laura Reeves, and Meredith Bremer. Krista Mann, are you there? Good evening.
Good evening. I am Krista Mann. Thank you for this time to address you. I am speaking tonight as a parent who is highly concerned about where I see this district heading. Like many parents, I've been on the sidelines as a quiet observer, trusting that the right decisions were being made. After what I have observed, I can remain quiet no more. This year, I have seen the district put the needs of the students last, with masking requirements despite the scientific evidence that children were at low to no risk of transmitting COVID, evidence that was available well ahead of the start of school, and the board deciding to keep schools closed in complete disregard of the advice from the American Academy of Pediatrics. This remote learning was detrimental to students' academic progress, but more importantly, detrimental to their social and emotional well-being. Children's Hospital stated just this last week that we have a mental health crisis in children, the likes of which they have never seen. It is abhorrent to me that this board was a vast contributor to the mental health crisis of these children with your policies to put students last, and it is reprehensible that this board thought they knew better than scientists and medical professionals. We continue to see the board put students' interests last with your insistence to promote the openly Marxist critical race theory to Douglas County School District staff. The district insists that you are not changing your curriculum. Does this mean that CRT is already being taught in Douglas County schools? If the district is not changing its curriculum, why was the consulting firm Genesis Group contracted at a sum of $37,000 to promote CRT and equity to staff? With direct quotes such as, "We know for a fact the darker your skin color in this country, the more harsh your outcomes in any facet of life," and "Our intentions are irrelevant in this conversation because equity is about outcomes and impacts. It's not about intentions." What message does this send to our students? Regardless of a student's race, it conveys a message of shame, hopelessness, and promotes division amongst students. It says one's outcome is unrelated to your personal responsibility to do something with the opportunity before you. How is that message appropriate for this school district to send to students? As a board and a district, you can all claim that you are not instituting critical race theory into the curriculum. Words are one thing and actions are another. As a board and a district, your actions are speaking loud and clear. Your actions say that you are not listening to parents and instead promoting and instituting your own agenda. It is time you answer for your actions, not just your words. Critical race theory has no place in the schools of Douglas County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. William Schaefer is next. Audience again, please. Laura Reeves, Meredith Bremer, and Iko Browning. Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you. You know, when I go out shopping, I comparison shop. I want to try to decide if I want an iPad or some other brand. And this, what I'm seeing here is parents are asking a lot of questions. And so I've got 6 questions I want to ask you. And the first one is, has this issue become too political? Is there opposition because it's politically charged program with concerns? Is it a legitimate program that brings parents, students, and faculty together, or is it divisive? Is there a track record to show that this program is effective and it works? You've gotten a grant and you've got this, but does it pass the sniff test? Does it work? Do you know that for sure? And then the last question is, are there proven alternatives out there that are working? You know, and are you guys, is everybody here on the board and in the community willing to take the risk to find out that it does or doesn't work? So those are the questions I ask. And then when reviewing what I presented to you last week, the Character Counts program, I talked to Jason Lamping with that program today. And what he said in an email that was sent to me, and I gave that email to Kevin Lung to pass around, The success of this program has 8 million youth and educators across the globe. That's their success over 30 years. They have a curriculum and a framework that you can pick and choose how to do it and do it well. At this point, the goal of the superintendent is to welcome public or community involvement with the intention of unifying the district's teachers, families, and students. And finally, it is the fiduciary responsibility of the board's elected officials to not only focus on student success, but to bring the district together for the success of smart students and schools. So there's no place for any politics in this environment. And I think this should be thought about very seriously. And you should maybe abandon this and not take the risk and really look at the Character Counts program that's been going for 30 years. I passed around that sheet of paper. There's links on that where you can see public opinion, you can see news reports and there's testimonials, so you can see the success of the program. I have no idea what Gemini is doing. I don't know what their track record is, and a lot of people don't either. So it's just common sense to make some comparisons and see if there's something else that might be a little bit better and more palatable to the community.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Thank you. Laura Reeves is next, and then Meredith Bremer and Iko Browning. Laura Reeves, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Reeves, please go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm reading on behalf of Becca J. Her pronouns are she, her, and she's a parent of a DCSD, actually 2 students. I've made a few edits of my own for time's sake, and I support her perspective here. Members of the board, thank you for your hard work and for providing this open forum for public comment, ensuring that all voices are heard. Despite differences within our community, we all share a common humanity and hopefully a mutual goal of working together for what is best for our students, as opposed to what makes us as adults feel comfortable. I know we all can agree that our children's differences are to be valued and supported in a way that elevates them. If our shared objective is to offer the best and most supportive education, then we must serve each individual's needs, which looks different because each child is wonderfully different from one another. Let me tell you a little about Becca and then also myself. We are both members of the dominant caste. We have the privilege of waking up without wondering how our skin color or sexual orientation will impact how we move through the world. We benefit from unearned white privilege and inequitable systems. This is unfair and unacceptable to each of us, and we believe this needs to change. Sorry, this is a really important topic to me, so I apologize. Our country's oppressive systems are powerful and present in every aspect of our society and must be dismantled. Many of us did not learn about this in school or from our families of origin and are now hearing uncomfortable truths as adults. The learning curve is steep yet vital, but rather than engage in conversations and new educational opportunities on these topics, some people have chosen to deny this ugly reality. To maintain the status quo, they seek to silence and erase the lived experiences of individuals, educators, and our young people by imposing a false narrative of our American history, one that whitewashes the legacy of discrimination and oppression towards Blacks, Brown, and Indigenous peoples, women and girls, those with differing abilities, non-Christians, and LGBTQ individuals. This is extremely harmful for all of us. Therefore, establishing authentic, meaningful changes requires that we must acknowledge the truth, no matter how painful, and learn about the contributions of those whose stories have been buried and ignored. Only then are we able to reckon with the ongoing impacts of our discrimination and dismantle these systems. This includes teaching and talking about these concepts and perspectives in our schools. A consistent and district-wide approach involving education and training is essential to combat continued oppression, harassment, and inequities. I support the steps DCSD is taking with the equity program and recommend that a school-wide implementation of No Place for Hate be prioritized. This program addresses important issues and develops long-term solutions for creating and maintaining inclusive, equitable climate for kids. Only good comes from working to end bullying.
Thank you, Ms. Reeves. All right, Meredith
building a
Bremner
learning
is next, Iko Browning, Kelly Mayer, and Madison Stewart. Meredith Bremner, good evening.
Good evening, thank you.
My name is Dr. Meredith Bremner. My family and I have lived in Douglas County for over 10 years. I did vote, but now I am imploring the parents and community members to ask where these policies are coming from and going. The buzzword here is equity. Sounds good, right? We want everybody to be treated equally, but in reality, these terms are deceiving. As stated by the Gemini Group, equity training does not pertain to intention or opportunity, but focuses on equal outcome. That is the point I want us to understand. They seek to have children, parents, teachers make instant judgments based on the color of other people's skin. Then they seek to ensure equal outcomes regardless of the individual's effort put forth. They say that our institutions are systemically racist, and anyone who objects is a product of that systemic flaw. In medicine, the word systemic, when talking about a disease, implies that it has infected every aspect of the organism. This belief that systemic racism defines the American culture implies that we must get rid of every aspect of our culture in order to have a sustainable future. These titles like equity, equality, anti-racism all sound good, but don't be fooled. It's the teaching of socialists and communists, the very ideas that our grandparents lost their lives fighting against in recent wars. Memorial Day was just yesterday when we remembered the enemies our family members were willing to fight against. Many lost their lives to secure the government that said all men are created equal and endowed with inalienable rights, but it does not guarantee equal outcome. That is up to the individual. It was not very long ago that I was trained in medical school to treat every patient with kindness, compassion, and respect, regardless of their skin color. This critical race theory and equity training would say that I come from a systemically racist paradigm and that I should treat people based off of the color of their skin and their preferred pronouns rather than the person in front of me. This kind of ideology is not only ridiculous, it also distracts from the fundamental classes that your children should be learning. Math, provable science, spelling, writing, economics, and basic health. These theories in education will make your kids unintelligent, insecure, and incapable of getting real-world jobs. For these reasons, I am not sending my children to public school, but I have a vested interest in seeing the community succeed. The titles of these programs are intentionally deceptive and disguised as compassionate. You know what's compassionate? Is telling the truth, telling your child no, telling your school board that you don't like the direction they're heading, telling your patient that you need to lose weight to feel better. Those are hard things, but they're the truth. All of this requires self-discipline, and talking to you parents, I urge you to pay close attention to where these things are coming from. They're coming from enemies, and the question is our school board a domestic enemy? Your actions will tell us.
Thank you, Dr. Bremner. Iko Browning is next. Audience, please. Iko Browning, Kelly Mayer, Madison Stewart, and Brandy Bradley. Iko Browning, are you there?
Hello, directors. My name is Aiko Browning. My pronouns are she, her. I am a Highlands Ranch resident with 2 children enrolled at El Dorado Elementary. Our son is enrolled in the Significant Special Needs Program. I would like to start with a quotation. Wherever a door is closed to anyone because of a disability, we must work to open it. Wherever any job or home or means of transportation is unfairly denied because of a disability, we must work to change it. Wherever any barrier stands between you and the full rights and dignity of citizenship, we must work to remove it in the name of simple decency and simple justice. That quote is from George W. Bush from February 2001 regarding the New Freedom Initiative. I enthusiastically support the development of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Program in the Douglas County School District. Our son Christopher has attended El Dorado Elementary from pre-kindergarten to 6th grade, all in the Significant Special Needs Program. We have been so fortunate that Chris's team, including his SSN teacher, Ms. Moore, has worked with him to help him achieve goals that help him to be as functional as possible. Our son cannot access or participate in the traditional curriculum due to the nature of his disabilities, but he makes continued progress towards goals that we determine through shared decision-making. His SSN team went above and beyond to include him in the 6th grade outdoor education field trip as an adaptive experience, which he truly enjoyed. Inclusion and equity, to me, is about helping each person achieve their highest potential. What my son needs is not what your son or daughter needs. We need to show respect for one another's humanity. People with differing levels of ability, people with different cultural backgrounds, people with different socioeconomic status, people with different gender identity, people of different race. We need to understand that some people face bias due to being part of a disadvantaged group. We must work to break down the barriers that are preventing full participation in education and in society, and help people experience the freedom to be their best selves. As George W. Bush said, "Wherever any barrier stands between you and the full rights and dignity of citizenship, we must work to remove it in the name of simple decency and simple justice." Thank you for your time and consideration. I yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Browning. Kelly Mayer is next, Madison Stewart, Brandy Bradley, and then David Kane. Ms. Mayer.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Kelly Mayer, and I am reading a comment from Kelly Allen tonight. I would like to express my appreciation to the board and the district for its support and implementation of an educational equity policy. For decades, good public schools have served as a place where, no matter your background, all children have the opportunity to learn, thrive, and develop themselves so they can live successful lives. My own public school education gave me a foundation to rise above the social and economic class in which I was raised. And we all seem to agree that all of our children deserve rigorous academic opportunities in an environment that is safe and supportive. It's why we support meeting each child's specific needs. If a child is struggling in math, we expect our schools to give them extra support with time, level-appropriate curriculum, and special staffing. If a high school student is leaps and bounds ahead in writing, we demand that they be challenged where they are and meet them with college-level AP or IB classes. We don't ask that these kids be treated equally. We ask that they be treated equitably. We meet each child where they are, and we give them what they need. We have been doing this for a long time, and the community has never had a problem with it. This educational equity policy is no different. It is further recognizing that we should do what we can to not leave any students behind. We shouldn't tolerate any practices that perpetuate racism or discrimination against any group. Good public schools make sure they are pulling all students up from where they are. This is why I, an alum of K-12 public schools, public college, private Ivy League grad school, and former public school teacher and parent of 2 high school students, appreciate the board's implementation of an educational equity policy. Do not let ignorant, politically driven fear-mongering intimidate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayer. Madison Stewart, Brandy Bradley, David Kane, and Emily Suyat. Madison Stewart. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Madison Stewart. I graduated with the class of 2012 and was the student body president at Thunder Ridge High School. When I heard about the Gemini Group being hired to train staff in Douglas County School District, I was disappointed as I researched the values that they teach. I do not support the values of educational equity and inclusive excellence being taught in public schools. Although I am a white female that came from a home with 2 loving parents, I too had my own diversity setbacks while in school. One of my most conspicuous diversity traits is my religion. Throughout high school, I could have viewed my religion as a setback and could have blamed my peers and teachers for treating me differently because of that. Because of what I believe in my religion, I acted differently than my peers while in school. Instead, I realized that I could ignore the comments that were made by my peers and that my peers were making about the way that I acted and make the best of it. I stood out even more my senior year when I was elected as the student body president of my high school. I did not accomplish this designation because of inclusive excellence. An equitable upbringing would in fact have made my accomplishments seem less than. Others around me knew that I stood out and voted me for that reason. Flash forward 10 years, I again have diversity setbacks. I am a female that works in construction. It's very rare to see a woman out on a job site working with other men that dominate the field. Never did the men that I went to school with have to alter their education standards to stoop down to a female because I am more oppressed. How demeaning would that be to me? Instead, I recognize myself as just as likely to succeed if I worked just as hard as everybody else. My point in telling you about my personal circumstances is to tell you that every student in Douglas County is unique and diverse. Education standards do not need to change to accommodate every diversity trait. If we do, we will continue to spend more and more money on this every year, and it will be endless because we will never all be the same, and that is okay. Martin Luther King said he had a dream that one day his kids would live in a nation where they would not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Has the district considered that history classes with an emphasis on the civil rights movement could lead to more change than teaching equity? I wholeheartedly believe that people should not be treated differently based on things that are out of their control. Possibly, we all just need to learn to be more kind, but spending taxpayer dollars to limit those who are already allegedly limited is not the way to make DCSD students more successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Brandy Bradley is next, audience. David King, Emily Suyat, and then Jessica Burt. Brandy Bradley, are you there? Good. There
I'm
she
here.
is. Ah, good evening.
Good evening. I wanted to thank the board for listening to all of the parent comments last week and Director Ray addressing the public after. I appreciate that. Director Rummel stated that the money raised for the Gemini Group training was a grant funded by the EARS program. What she didn't point out is that it's still taxpayer money. When Director Rummel uses words like your lack of understanding, you're undermining parents who watch the training and have a very good understanding of it. You misquoted several parents tonight, so maybe it is you with a lack of understanding. When
Ms.
the
Ms.
Director
Bradley.
Ray-
Order.
And if you would pause the time, please, Evan. So just a reminder,
Mhm.
we don't call out individual names. That was part of the,
Even when they misquote parents?
correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fair.
You may continue.
Okay, I won't call out parents then. When the directors on the board say that parents are spreading rumors, especially directors whose kids go to the same school as my children, you're undermining
Point of order.
parents and creating
sorry.
division. I did not call any names.
It's very clear who you're talking about.
Then stop saying that I'm spreading rumors.
Excuse, whoa. We need order, please. Ms. Director Hanson, hang on. So yeah, just as you know, we have asked that not individual names be called out in an offensive manner. So that's what we're just asking.
I wasn't being offensive. It's
It's
offensive
okay.
to say that I'm spreading rumors at my children's school.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay. You do what you always do. You pick the good parts of the I'll play the game, equity training, and no place for hate, like inclusion, diversity, and equality, which is what all of us want, to sway the public and in turn make opponents of these programs look insensitive or racist. The fact is that these programs still exclude straight white Christian males, of which I have 4. Superintendent Wise, I applaud you for canceling the Gemini Group training last week. We as the majority want it gone for good. That does not mean we do not want inclusion, diversity, and equality taught in our schools. But I will not teach my children that a person's skin color is more important than their character. I will not let schools continue to re-victimize kids. The proponents of this program are pushing teachers to teach social and political activism. This is not their job. Parents have to be more accountable for parenting and let teachers teach kids to read and write. We are a year behind private schools and charter schools. I also think it is our rights as parents to know who is on the Equity Advisory Committee, how they were placed on this committee, and why they have never addressed Douglas County parents. Why have they never spoken out at a board meeting since they are the ones pushing equity, no place for hate, and textbooks like white fragility? Parents want to know what their agenda is and the curriculum they are pushing. Do we as parents not deserve honesty and not a hidden agenda when it comes to our kids' education? Do taxpayers not deserve to know how their taxpayer dollars are being spent? In my opinion, the board before you was a disaster. And as a proponent of teachers, I listened to them and I voted for Meek, Ray, and Hanson. But your lack of leadership and failure to put our kids first has left me completely disappointed. After listening to most of your comments tonight, it is clear you're not listening to us. Parents and taxpayers, if you want to put kids first and you want to hold the school board accountable, go to kidsfirstdcsd.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley. David King, Emily Suyat, Jessica Burt, and Christopher Bremner. David King, are you there? He is not online. Okay. Emily Suyat, are you there?
I'm here.
Ms. Suyat, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Emily Suyat. My pronouns are she, hers, and I live in Parker. I'm the parent of 2 teenagers, ages 16 and 19, and they have attended only Douglas County Public Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am here in support of the equity policy. The key fact for me and the key motivation I know behind the equity policy is that giving students what they need to be successful and making them feel welcomed and included in their school community will save lives. It's not an exaggeration. I'm thinking of one of my daughter's friends who is a transgender student, and they go to online school, not because they want to, but because they feel like it's the only option. They want to avoid being misgendered and bullied by certain classmates, which is a very legitimate, real fear, and it happens regularly to a trans lawmaker at the Colorado Capitol. There are practical concerns as well of holding their bladder all day because they're nervous about using the bathroom. This isn't to say school administrators aren't doing a good job, because I know they are. This is a matter of prioritizing dignity and belonging in the whole school community. It's a fact that transgender folks are at a much higher risk of suicide. Black people who are transgender are at an even higher risk. 1 in 3 attempt suicide. It's a fact that measures of acceptance and inclusion are associated with a drastically reduced suicide risk. So this is when I'd expect to hear opponents of the equity policy say, we can't make special accommodations for everyone, for such a small part of the population. To that, I'd say this isn't special. It's basic dignity with potentially life-saving consequences. And 2, making trans kids feel more welcome at school benefits everyone. The trans student I know is bright and funny and creative. They're a regular kid. If they're in school, my daughter has a friend to eat lunch with. They both benefit from that connection. If my daughter or anyone's child diverges from the dominant culture, my daughter knows that she will be welcomed and included at school because she's seen it happen with her friend. This makes her more likely to be herself and express her own talents and creativity. Everyone's life is enriched when they go to school with students who feel free to be their authentic selves and who represent a variety of experiences. I wholeheartedly support the equity policy, and like another speaker said, I'd love to see it be bolder. It's much needed. Thank you to everyone who had a hand in creating it.
Thank you, Ms. Suyat. Jessica Burt is next, Christopher Bremner, and then Susie Kuntz. Jessica Burt. Are you here? Seen, no. Christopher Bremner, are you here? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Chris, but I would be preferred to be called by my new name, LIT. LIT stands for a Little Indigenous Transsexual. On behalf of the organization I am hoping to speak for, CTP Enterprises, I am excited that you would consider critical theory as part of the education in this district. In the past, critical theory was always considered the cuckoo bird in the academic nest. Now, it hopes to take flight. What makes this theory so cool is it makes oppressors of all other schools of thought. Its core tenet is the identity of the participants in the debate, not the arguments themselves. If a white woman were to make an argument, a Latino transsexual can dismiss it for no other reason than a white woman is making it. Thus, identity trumps reason, which is why I identify myself as LIT, a Little Indigenous Transsexual. Based on this theory, my oppression trumps all other individuals. Now that children will be ranking their victimhood instead of reasoning with logic, the teachers can begin the process of getting children to question everything. Children will then question their family and community to seek affirmation in other places. This is where CTP Enterprises comes in. Once children are isolated from their families and the community at large, then they will be in a vulnerable place. This is where child trafficking and pedophiles become the stewards of these individuals. You think business is good now at the current border? Just wait for a couple of years of this teaching to produce a local young crop for CTP Enterprises. Okay, really? Was that true? This is Chris talking now. Is what you heard shocking? Did you use logic to deduce that I'm not a transsexual Indian midget? Can you use logic to think that the many different issues that will result in children using identity to solve problems? If you have no problem with these potential outcomes, then I might just have to accuse you of somehow being funded by entities much like CTP Enterprises so that you will get your payday in whatever form that may be. To all the families of Douglas County, if the school board does not disavow and ban this theoretical teaching before the end of June, then remove your children from the public school district immediately, just like I have already done. Fellow parents, we are at war, and people that would support this theory want your children. Will you fight for them and remove them from this system? If these individuals that support this system, then make these individuals a board of nothing. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Brebner. Susie Kuntz, Christina Marriott, and Kimberly Daly. Susie Kuntz. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Susie Kuntz. I'm a parent of 2 Douglas County students. I am pleased to hear that the superintendent proposed COVID-19 protocols for next year are full-time, in-person, no masks, and no vaccine mandates. This is a great step in the right direction. Thank you. I hope that this plan is not diverted or changed over the summer because there is plenty of information at our fingertips that support this plan. We know that children are not spreaders of the virus. We've seen schools in other states go full-time in person all year last year with no negative consequences, and the vaccine is available to anybody that wants it now. It would be difficult to justify or support opposition to the superintendent's recommendation. The isolation and masks have unnecessarily imposed significant harm to the mental state of our children. It's time to get back to reality, stop instilling unrealistic fear in our children. We need to start repairing the damage. It will be so refreshing to have the kids back into a normal school environment where they can get back to healthy socializing, seeing each other's smiling faces, and living life without fear. I also want to voice my agreement with the many comments opposing the direction that the equity and no place for hate policies are taking towards pushing critical race theory into our schools. Contrary to the teachings of CRT, the solution to past discrimination is not current and future discrimination. Martin Luther King's wish had largely come to fruition in our country, and now it's being torn apart in our public schools and institutes of higher learning. Dividing kids and pitting them against each other based on external physical characteristics will have devastating consequences to our society, which consequently is the goal of critical race theory. Unfortunately, bad people and bad things will always exist in society, regardless of policies and laws that are in place to theoretically mitigate it. Bad acts by bad people should be dealt with individually, rather than labeling a whole swath of society as bad simply based on physical characteristics. The simple solution and defense against bad and evil is kindness, charity, and to judge people by their character, teaching that all humans have value regardless of any physical characteristic. The solution does not need to be complicated and deceptive policies pushed down by bureaucracies onto teachers and students. How about the goal of public schools be the teaching of excellence in reading, writing, and arithmetic, while leaving the formation of morality, character, and sexuality to the parents? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kuntz. Christina Marriott, Kimber Daly, and Emily Kleiwer, and then Amanda Cushing. Christina Marriott, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, Ms. Marriott.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. It is wonderful to see so many people here who care about our community and our children. I am a former high school teacher with a BS in history teaching and a master's in education. More importantly, I am a mother to 3 children in DCSD. Over the past 2 weeks, there has been a great outcry over the equity policy. I have seen many vitriolic Facebook posts and articles and heard a lot of screaming over it. I know that everyone here cares about their children. Sadly, however, the vitriolic posts are spreading hate and misinformation. I have learned in my years on Facebook that if something causes an emotional and knee-jerk reaction, what is presented is most of the time not true. After doing my own research, free from the bias and hate spewed on social media, I have found that to be the case in this situation as well. As I have read through the actual text of the equity policy, I am impressed with its thoroughness and logical approach to provide equitable services to each child. My 3 children are all perfectly average, but like most of you, I have friends and acquaintances all across the spectrum of needs. I have one friend who is in a wheelchair, unable to speak, and uses a G-tube to eat. Conversely, Time's first ever Kid of the Year is in my children's 4-H group. Both of these students, one who will never walk or talk and one who may someday be our president, are students in DCSD. Both have very different and very specific needs that must be met with different resources. Not one person here would deny that. From this spirit, a recognition that every child deserves an education that matches their needs, the equity policy simply lays down on paper what every educator and every parent intuitively knows. Different children need different services and sometimes vastly different resources. I applaud DCSD for recognizing the need of all students. I love that there is an advisory board comprising of parents and community members to ensure it is implemented properly. I applaud DCSD for listening to the needs of various groups to find solutions that will help all children succeed. I hope as a community we can all take a collective deep breath and put aside the vitriol and fear. I hope we can read the actual document to understand what is actually being implemented. There is not some hidden agenda or indoctrination of children. That is a lie and must be stopped. The equity policy can help us meet the needs of every student, whether disabled, perfectly average, or gifted. The equity policy can provide the necessary tools and resources to help every child. The equity policy can equip our teachers, schools, and community with the tools necessary to help every student in a personalized, real way. We each care about our kids and schools too much to be driven by hate, fear, and misinformation. Let us each put aside the vitriol being thrown around on social media and look to what we can each, and as a whole, do to meet the needs of each and every child, including yours and mine, as the equity policy aims to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marriott. Kimber Daly is next, Emily Kleiwer, Amanda Cushing, and Lisa Kittredge. Kimber Daly, are you there?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Ms. Daly, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kimber Daly. I have a degree in special education. I spent a few years in the classroom as a teacher and several more outside the classroom as a tutor. Education, particularly the rights of every child to receive a free and appropriate public education as mandated by law, is a passion. My husband and I moved to Colorado 5 years ago with our 2 small children. Since then, we've become a foster family and we've had the opportunity to adopt our 2 youngest children. It is through this lens, a mother of an interracial family with a heart for education, that I'm speaking to you this evening. Thank you for the opportunity. As I listened to comments made at the previous board meeting, one stuck out to me. A commenter stated that social justice issues have no place in our schools. With all due respect to this commenter, I disagree. Something this critical to the future of our children and our nation is not something to leave out of our district training meetings. The statistics I've found state that in our county, 82% of residents are white, 18 are not. In the past 3 years, as I have sought out the stories and experiences of the 18%, I've heard heartbreaking stories of children in our county who have been bullied because of their race, culture, or accents. I've also had the opportunity to see the look on my Black son's face on his first day at our elementary school when Dr. Tucker chose to come speak to our school. Seeing a man who looked like him speaking to the crowd brought him a joy and confidence I cannot describe. We want to think that racism is a thing of the past, but it's not, and the problems begin young. The Georgetown Law on Poverty and Inequality released a study showing that Black girls are viewed by adults as less innocent and more adult-like than their white peers, especially from ages 5 to 14, the majority of their public school time. The study also highlights that beginning at age 10, Black boys are more likely than their white peers to be misperceived as older, viewed guilty of suspected crimes, and face police violence if accused of a crime by age 10. Ladies and gentlemen, my family is beautiful. I almost guarantee if you saw my 2 Black children and 2 white children together, you would smile. And please believe me that I wish that I believed everything was fair in America and that society will treat my children equally. But the evidence does not yet support that. This is why we need to address these issues head on. We need to be unafraid of bringing up racial issues, and we need to be unafraid to teach our administrators and teachers ways to do better. Finally, I'd like to address a comment I've frequently seen in discussions about this topic. If you don't like it here, leave. I'd respectfully suggest that this is not the approach we should take. I think important things are worth improving. I value my mental health and I invest in things like therapy to make myself happier and stronger. My husband and I love our home, but we invest money at Home Depot to make our home better. I love our schools, and I am asking our board to realize that there is still room for improvement. This is not something to be feared, but embraced. You've heard many voices tell you that as a board, you have no place suggesting there are racial inequalities in America that we need to be addressing together. I would ask you to continue to look at the data, to realize there's much more to be done, and to be unafraid in moving forward to making our schools more inclusive for all. Thank you for your service, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. Emily Kleiwer, Amanda Cushing, Lisa Kittredge, and then Matt Cassidy, Emily Kleiwer, good evening.
Good evening, directors. I am a mother of 2 at Rocky Heights Middle
school in Rock Canyon High School. This past school year, when my daughter came home and told me her teacher had led a class discussion about how cops were bad people and systemically racist, I had hoped it was an isolated incident, as her father is a police officer. Later in the year, when she came home and informed me she'd been called a racist for wearing clothing with the American flag, I became concerned. But when I received an email from Douglas County a few weeks ago ensuring me you were not allowing critical race theory into our curriculum, I was momentarily relieved. You see, I can't afford to send my kids to private school to spare them from this malicious social experiment. I, like so many parents, are at the mercy of your decision. It seems now I have been fooled. No Place for Hate, the Gemini Group, the equity policy is critical race theory. You simply changed the name. No Place for Hate intends to teach my 12-year-old son that he is an oppressive racist who should be ashamed of his whiteness, ashamed of an immutable characteristic for which he has no control. Your equity policy intends to teach my children their achievements are not merit-based, but the product of a racist system that blindly preserves power. These ideas are anathema to the values I strive to teach my kids every day. No Place for Hate wants to brainwash my kids into considering the color of their classmates' skin above all else. Isn't that the definition of racism? Didn't Martin Luther King teach us, as so many have said tonight, judge a man not by the color of his skin, but by the content of his character? No Place for Hate teaches the direct opposite. It's a perverse theory that will cause division, not inclusion. Mark this day, Douglas County School Board. I will not continue to be fooled. It is not a school's job to experiment on my children by teaching them trendy theories with no regard for the message's long-term impact. This theory will no doubt leave our kids shamed and alienated. You do not have my permission to teach my children this disgusting ideology. If you allow these policies into our schools, history will judge your actions to be the most harmful and divisive acquiescence to the woke mob to date. I beg you, Douglas County School Board, be brave, don't be bullied. Defend what is best for our kids and keep these programs out of our school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clymer. Amanda Cushing is next, Lisa Kittredge, Matt Cassidy, and then Jiva Senthanathan. Amanda
Directors,
Cushing, sorry.
Superintendent Wise, I want to start off by reading a direct quote from Booker T. Washington. There is another class of colored people who make a business out of keeping the troubles, the wrongs, and the hardships of the Negro race before the public. Having learned that they are able to make a living out of their troubles, they have grown into the settled habit of advertising their wrongs, partly because they want sympathy and partly because it pays. Some of these people do not want the Negro to lose his grievances because they do not want to lose their jobs. That's an interesting quote, spoken by a black man, a black educator over 100 years ago. Thank you, Superintendent Wise, for pumping the brakes on the equity training by the Gemini Group. Now let's go a little further and press down on those brakes. You and the board authorized the spending of nearly $40,000 for a training that does not belong in the public school system. I'm going to say it again. It does not belong in the public school system. Approving that invoice was a mistake. But I get it. You don't want to admit the mistake that was made. I talked last week that collectively, DCSD lost $28 million due to kids leaving the district because of COVID policy mistakes. How many do you think will come back for school this next year? How many more kids are you willing to lose? In addition to that, how many more teachers are you willing to lose? The kids want to stay in their schools. They want to stay with the other kids that they've grown up with for the past several years. And those teachers, they want to stay with their other teachers as well. But there are teachers who will not stay if they are forced to teach a program that teaches kids of color that they will always have a disadvantage because they look different than the others. Maybe the direction that you might have taken would have been different if you'd heard those words as young kids. I understand that you want to be a trailblazer and do something you feel is good, especially when you're following the heels of your predecessor, who we all know, especially the teachers and staff, was a wrong choice from the beginning. Sometimes the best course of action is to wait. Let those teachers do what they're allowed to do and what you were allowed to do all those years ago. Let them teach and get out of their way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cushing. Lisa Kittredge is next, Matt Cassidy, and then Jiva Sethelnathan. Lisa Kittredge, are you there?
She is online, but I lost my Zoom connection.
All right. I think we'll put a hold on Lisa Kittredge. Matt Cassidy, if you'll come forward, and then Jiva after that. Mr. Cassidy, good
evening, directors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have two children in the Douglas County School District, a 13-year-old and a 9-year-old, so it's a pleasure to be here on their behalf. I came here primarily to thank you for last week hearing the voices that you heard, and specifically Director Ray and Director Hansen for some of the questions and accountability that you posed to Mr. Wise at the end of the meeting. And I really do want to thank you for that. And for Superintendent Wise, I want to thank you so much for agreeing to be back here with the transparency that Director Ray and Director Hansen called you to be here for, and for putting the brakes on the Gemini Group's training that was to follow on Wednesday. So that was the primary reason that I came, but hearing some of the commentary surrounding the Gemini Group since then has given me pause, and it just made me want to note that in light of what I heard from, we're not going to mention names, but the presenters on the directory policy, the policy, I'm still worried. I'm worried because I heard primarily defenses of and justifications for the Gemini Group. I heard that it's not critical race theory. I heard it's just for adults, it's not for kids. I heard it's the Colorado Department of Education used them and that they're grant funded. I heard that they're constitutional lawyers, that their training is law-based. With all due respect to the people who presented that, I don't care about any of that. What I care about is what they say. What they say, what our folks in the superintendent's office say, is that they care about inclusion and belonging. The Gemini Group did not focus on inclusion and belonging. They focused on dividing and classifying our children based on classes, cultures, and characteristics that they cannot control. And yet I hear from the team who presented that this is just a pause, a reassess, and a move forward. There's defenses and faith in the Gemini Group for all the reasons I stated previously. Their divisive training, I cannot believe, will actually result in the inclusion and belonging that our presenters made mention of. Inclusion and belonging, to me, does not mean classifying our kids based on their immutable characteristics. It does not mean training them to see one another as members of an oppressive and minority groups. It means finding common ground. It means empowering students to believe that they can achieve because of their internal locus of control. Their lives and their possibilities are not defined by their immutable characteristics. Their possibilities are defined, as our greatest civil rights champion ever once said, by the content of their character. And I want to leave you with another quote from Dr. King. The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character. That is the goal of true education. I didn't hear anything in there about identity groups, and I hope you didn't either. So thank you to the board, to the superintendent, for hearing us last week, but please don't stop.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. Jiva Sethelnathan is next, and then Don Keating, Will Johnson, and Deborah Flora. Jiva Sethelnathan, are you there? My understanding is that Laura Welch is reading on behalf of Jiva Sethelnathan. Is there a Laura Welch there?
Hi.
Laura, Ms. Welch, can you test again? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, go ahead.
Again, I'm speaking on behalf of Jiva Sethelnathan. She and I are both Parker residents. I'm writing to you on behalf of implementing equity policies for the Douglas County School District and why this is a must. I was a student within the DCSD school system for 11 years. For 2 of those years, I had moved out of the DCSD system because of the unbearable environment from having no diversity, equity, or inclusion. For 5 of those years, from the end of 4th grade to 8th grade, I was the student sitting and eating lunch in the bathroom because there was no acceptance for a brown child of color like me. I was often bullied by white children for wearing my bindi to class or for eating Indian food at school, And then later, here I was trying to get fixed at therapy due to the degrading of my mental health. Yes, these incidents have occurred for many students attending DCSD schools, but many brown and black students will never choose to come face forward to make their statement about equity policies. Why? Because they don't want to get beaten up, be bullied, or shot dead for merely expressing their feelings. I felt ashamed when many white children at my school, North Star Academy, would ask me to speak Indian for them. Plenty of my teachers at school saw me in pain, but they chose to be silent and did nothing. My teachers chose to sit and watch. To be true to our motto, learning today and leading tomorrow, DCSD must have a policy of inclusion so that teachers should demonstrate the value of diversity, leveraging equitable practices within all students, being able to thrive. Diversity, equity, and inclusion should be discussed and taught within Douglas County school families and in schools for there to be somewhat of a bearable environment for children of color. This has become an intolerable and toxic environment for brown and black children attending schools within DCSD. Seeing how exclusive this environment is to children of color, I decided to hopefully make a change by standing up and running for office as an Indian American woman for the Parker Town Council at age 18. During the rise of Asian hate, I stood up in the crowd of white Christians who had trouble viewing me as an American too. I was just a splotch of brown on a painting of white. I hope to have inspired other brown and black children by putting my name on the ballot to be a fighter against all the hate and be a peacemaker with spreading love and kindness. I wanted to be a face of representation for children of color living within Douglas County. I feel much more at peace now that I have left the DCSD school system and am attending a more diverse and inclusive university, the Colorado School of Mines. I am not here to request or appeal to you on implementing equity policies because I think and I hope that you will see the right side with your morality and that you will see the pain of a brown and black child and choose to make decisions in support of the marginalized. Your former student, Jiva Senthilnathan.
Thank you, Ms. Welch. Next is Don Keating, Will Johnson, Deborah Flora, and Kimi Houston. Don Keating, are you there?
Don Keating is not online.
Okay. Will Johnson, and Deborah Flora, Kimi Houston, and Jennifer Hallett. Mr. Johnson, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for postponing the Gemini Group-led equity workshops last week. On behalf of hundreds of parents, we urge you to not just postpone, but end the relationship with them. Training our teachers and therefore our kids to think that a, quote, white male Christian straight culture is holding others down, that a child's skin color dictates what they can accomplish, and that our school system is biased if equal outcomes aren't achieved will not help any child succeed and will not foster inclusion and belonging. This is many parents' primary concern with the equity policy. So far, it seems to be a gateway for divisive messages like the Gemini groups to enter in. What's next? How do we know when we've achieved equity? We all want each child to thrive, but if our goal is equality of result above all else, well, as Black scholars like Thomas Sowell say, this requires force to achieve. And his research shows that this can be detrimental to everyone. We're also concerned because of what's already in the district, such as books like one in our junior and high school curriculum by Ibram Kendi, telling kids that America is still defined by racism, how skin color dictates if we're dominant or victim, and how any racial disparities are because of a racist system. This is the same author who says, quote, "The only remedy for past discrimination is present discrimination." Is this what we want our kids trained to think? Another example is the No Place for Hate program, which the district intends to expand this coming year. It may be a voluntary program, but we've heard from teachers that they're being told to pressure kids into signing the pledge. And in one recent example, school leadership encouraged all students to wear buttons displaying their chosen pronouns on behalf of the program. This program has good components, but if it's implemented how the national activist group that runs it says they want it to be, then students are told to, quote, move on from kindness, to become social political activists. Elementary kids will be trained to focus on their race. And high schoolers can be assigned activities like journaling all perceived microaggressions that they hear. They're trained to seek out offense. Social psychologists say this mentality actually fosters anxiety and helplessness. So why this expensive, risky, and invasive program? Why not just teach kids the golden rule like we do at home? So our concerns go beyond the Gemini group as we see this growing divide between what we teach our kids at home
and what the district seems to be training our kids to think. But we're hopeful because moving forward, we expect transparency and expect to be fully involved in these discussions about how best to help all kids succeed. Now, recent surveys remind us that parents across demographics don't want their kids treated differently based on their skin color and don't want social political activism in the classroom. Parents want schools to help our kids recover the learning loss from this past year, to be taught the full history of our country, to treat our kids first as individuals, taught resilience, and to be given equal opportunity. If we focus on those things together, that is what will help all kids reach their potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Deborah Flora, Kimi Houston, Jennifer Hallett, and then Joy Overbeck. Deborah Flora, good evening.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Deborah Flora, and I'm speaking both as a mother of a Douglas County School District child, and I'm also the president of Parents United America, which represents hundreds of parents who are outraged and very concerned by these shifts that are happening in our public school system. We've heard a lot about how the equity educational policy is not equivalent to critical race theory. However, I've heard many things that are very disturbing that show it to be quite the opposite. First of all, the term equity, it sounds great, but it's exactly opposite of equal opportunity. Equity demands an equal outcome. That only happens when you gerrymander things to favor one group or another. It's not the same as equal opportunity. The second thing that concerns me is when I heard the definition of equity that has been shared here and through many communications from the district. It talks about groups of individuals. When you talk about groups, it is collectivism. It is separating children into groups. That is exactly what it is doing. And groups based on what? What we've heard from both hiring the Gemini group, which is also another thing that concerns me, is the groups are broken down into race, gender identity, sexual preference, and oppression. When we look at the Gemini group teaching, which I took time to watch the entire thing, it is even more disturbing. And this group was hired by this board because in that training, it talks about oppressors and oppressed. That is damaging to every group of children. First of all, some groups of children are thought of as being shamed for who they are. The others are taught that they are victims without the ability to further themselves and to look at the others as the enemies. We all know the Dr. King quote that has been shared, color of our skin versus the content of our character. He had a dream. This is a nightmare. It is a nightmare for our children, and it needs to end now. The training also, by the way, divides basically educators and parents because in the training, it refers to parents as dissenters. We are not dissenters. We are the parents. It goes on to say, and train educators to tell dissenters that this is simply the way we are going to educate your children. They are our children. We are the ones that have the moral authority over their education. We will not be marginalized. The board's job is to represent the stakeholders. When I looked at that screen up there, the stakeholders that were consulted before this policy was implemented does not list parents. Neither does the advisory committee. We are the stakeholders and we need to be included in this. Let me end by this. The job of the board is education. Right now, according to state proficiency tests, only 59% of Douglas County students are proficient in reading. Only 48% are proficient in math. That is the job of the school. The teaching of morality, teaching students to be kind, we can teach them to be kind. The rest of it belongs to the parents, not to social engineering in the schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Flora. Kimi Houston, Jennifer Hallett, Joy Overbeck, Tony Smith, and then Lillian Adams. Kimi Houston, are you here? All right, Jennifer Hallett. Joy Overbeck.
Jennifer Hallett is online.
Oh, Jennifer Hallett isn't online? Okay.
She is online.
No, I am. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Ms. Hallett. Please go ahead.
You can not see me. I'm so sorry. I'm not sure how to get my video on.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much for listening to me tonight. It's been so interesting to hear what everybody's had to say. My name is Jen Howlett. I have lived in Castle Rock for about 6 years. I've heard about the passing of the equity policy, and I've also heard that the board has looked at it with a depth and a thoroughness and moved forward to really protect some of the most vulnerable students within the district. I've also heard that there was some, I think, personal risk to people on the board just in passing it, and wanted to thank you for doing the work that you've done just to reach that position. I live in Castle Rock with my wife and my 5 kids. We've been really, really fortunate. We've loved this town. We've had a great experience in this space. We have really great neighbors. We have great friends. We love the district schools. We have parties at our house every month, and we've had a really great experience in Castle Rock and in Douglas County. I know that's not everyone's experience, and that being a student, that's really different. You know, what it would look like to be a student is a different experience in many of these school spaces. I think we just really don't know any of the experiences outside of our own. We have our kids daily reading books that are chosen specifically as ones that are telling stories by voices that are unlike theirs. The reality is that I cannot tell my kids what the life of a Black woman feels like, or a trans individual, or so many other lives look like. And unless there's understanding of experiences that aren't like theirs, we can't really even take the first step to humanize them. And it wasn't until I actually took those steps and formed some relationships with people in groups that I hadn't been involved with, and learned about those experiences, that I realized that my understanding of those groups had really been defined by someone that didn't even belong to it, wasn't even a member of it. I see a lot of fear here about critical race theory and a lot of details that are really important, and I'm not trying to say that they're unimportant. I think what I would suggest is that from about 30,000 foot up, like a perspective 30,000 feet up, I know that parents are invested in and believe that our children should be taught that humans deserve respect. And people have brought that up, that kind of golden, how do you want someone else to be treated idea. I also know that parents are concerned about what our kids are being taught. It was virtual learning for me, where I had to saddle up for westward expansion, which was, I have a lot more respect for the teachers after doing a full unit of just life, right? But that I realized this curriculum is not necessarily, there's inaccuracies in the historical accuracy of the curriculum of what's being taught. To me, this isn't about the degradation of any people group, but a restoration of accuracy and telling just a true story, right? It helps create that. So I appreciate your time, and thank you for your time here tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Howlett. Joy Overbeck and Tony Smith, Lillian Adams, and Tina De Los Santos. Ms. Overbeck.
Hi, everybody. I wrote a column about what's happening here in our little Douglas County fracas for Town Hall. It was published today. I'd love it if everybody would read it. It's called How to Unwoke Your School District. So at the end of last week's meeting, when the various speakers expressed serious problems with this Gemini group, and by the way, you all said, or rather Director Ray told us, that neither he nor the rest of the board were aware of the Gemini group training. Have you remedied that? Have you all now seen, I assume that you didn't see the hour-long, what's called the keynote. Did you see that now? Have you seen that? Could you raise your hands if you've seen it?
Ms. Overbeck, this is not time for us to interact.
Okay,
It's for you
I'm
to
saying
present.
that this is time for us to find out, because we've all basically seen it.
Okay.
So if you haven't seen it, you're on a different planet than we are, okay? And so hopefully you realize it's your responsibility to know what's going on in this district, and what these Gemini people, the couple who present that this entire system must be torn down, and I'm doing this in my words, but this is what they're saying, because it's systematically racist, that it's been built up year after year, policy after policy, law after law, and it must be torn down in the same way. This is a very activist approach to education. This is not knowledge, this is activism. So I hope that you understand that. To address what the woman whose name I can't say, who presented on the equity plan, that this is about law. No, it's not about law. A major law was passed now 60 years ago. What was it? I think it was the 64 or something. I think it had to do with racial equity, and it was an anti-discrimination law, I believe. It's been 60 years. The school district operates on that law. I'd also like to, and so there's no way that they can discriminate without violating this law, and I'm sure you wouldn't. So this is not about law. This is about tearing down the systems that we're, and the power structures that we're surrounded by, and blaming white male Christians who are heterosexual and straight specifically for those systems. You know, somebody should tell Dante James that this is just about belonging. This is not about belonging. Dante James says at the end of his presentation that this is what we will be teaching your children. Apparently, he thinks
Thank you, Mrs.
he's a
Overbeck.
superintendent.
Tony Smith is next, Lillian Adams, Tina De Los Santos, Tom Stoke, and Catherine Chart. Tony Smith, are you here? Lillian Adams. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm reading this out of the tax assessor's page. It's actually what's listed for my taxes. It says here, Douglas County School District, Metro District 6, Douglas County Government, Douglas County Schools, Debt Service, Douglas County Library, Town of Castle Rock, Cedar Hill Cemetery, Douglas County Schools Cap Reserve, Douglas County Schools Insurance Reserve, Douglas County Soil Conservation District. I read that just to make a point that as a taxpayer, I have like 4 items here listed as a school district, which I have no idea what they're for. Maybe you guys know what it's for. I would like that answer. Especially the one about the Douglas County Debt Service. I don't know what that is, but just to say that I don't think that we should be, the district should not be sexualizing my child by asking them their pronouns. If they know that it's a he, we shouldn't call pronouns. What? That's so confusing. How am I going to explain to a 5-year-old what transgenderism or, I don't know, all of these other words that we're using? I mean, you will not ask my kid that. That's just like 5 years old. What am I going to say to them? So please don't do that. So I know that's part of that, part of the equality and all of inclusion and all that stuff, but that's just not going to happen. It's not your job. It really isn't. We can't include everybody. And to be inclusive, let's just bring back prayer in our schools, bring back God in our schools. That would be great. I mean, I hear emotions, let's include everybody, but we're not including religion, which is, God in our schools would be great. So those are my big concerns. I just don't do this stuff with the kids. I mean, little kids don't understand most of the stuff. I mean, we talked about things that no one should be hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Tina De Los Santos, Tom Stoke, Catherine Chart, and then Lisa Kittredge. Tina De Los Santos, are you here?
I am. Good evening.
Good evening.
It's so nice to hear that you guys all want kids to belong and be inclusive. And so I'm wondering what steps are being taken to also include Christian children in this inclusivity. And to be clear, I do not want anyone I do not believe in treating others poorly, regardless of their beliefs or their sexual orientation or their race or what color shirt they're wearing. People have the right to choose, but their parents have the right to raise their children as they see fit. But when it comes to an educational system, the educational system's job is to teach the basics and not all this other propaganda. It is all of our responsibility to protect the innocence of our children. The American College of Pediatrics stated transgender ideology is child abuse, as our children are being gaslighted with delusional ideals. I'm very concerned that we have a student group stating that pronouns need to be asked and used. Has all morality been removed from our educational system? How much longer can we expect our religious rights to be trampled on with this ideology and our children indoctrinated with this? In what world is it okay for a National Junior Honor Society virtual meeting to be canceled because it's too stressful during COVID, but the Gay Straight Alliance Club for middle schoolers, junior high schoolers, can meet in person and recruiting efforts supported by the administration. Why is sexuality of anything a part of our clubs or conversations at that age? We must stand up for traditional and moral family values. And if we don't, where is this delusion going to lead us? I mean, what's next after this? We started one place, we've gotten to this. I mean, are we going to normalize pedophilia next? The ideology regarding transgenderism not only contradicts existing progressive doctrines like feminism, but it is also literally false. Our children are being ordered to participate in ideology against their religion. How are we helping our children socially or emotionally? How is this not trampling on parental authority, family values, and religious rights? You know, funny stories, when my daughter was about 3, she came home angry and frustrated because she had learned that ducks say Aflac, not quack, quack. My daughter was flustered and that she had been so wrong when she didn't know what a duck had said. Imagine this on a larger scale if a child is taught that they need to consider binary, transgender, or anything else that does not align with family values or religion. Enough is enough. Let's get back to the basics and teaching and education in the areas that we're failing in. And let's stay out of the family values from a governmental agency. Let's stop the pandering and stop the condescending rhetoric. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. De Los Santos. Tom Stoke is next, Catherine Chart, Lisa Kittredge, and then Laureen Bowl. Tom Stoke, good evening.
Good evening, Board. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I am in the corporate dress of today. And I'm sorry, I was in my work clothes and I just came right over, somewhat ill-prepared. But I appreciate the conversation that's occurred. I'm not a social media guy, but I'm been aware now of some things that have been going on, and I'm interested. So please bear with me. My name is Tom Stolk. I have lived as a resident of Douglas County for close to 22 years now. I'm a father of 4 children. My oldest was in kindergarten at Trailblazer Elementary, and my youngest is now a sophomore at Thunder Ridge High School. I'm a computer consultant for a large international corporation and have been doing consulting my entire career. Like many here, I've not been involved in the inactivity of the school board until now. This is because I've generally been happy with the performance of my neighborhood schools and the teachers who educate my children. I've recently become interested, though, when I heard the words of equity and equality being used together to describe policy of what is being done within our schools. Equity, diversity, and inclusion is something that is being discussed quite a lot in industry and in corporate America. I hear it all the time, to be honest. I do not think that these topics should be considered, though, within the scope of many issues that are addressed within corporations. However, I'm sorry, I meant to say it does. It does impact many things and it is a part of many of the issues within corporations. However, I think it goes too far when it becomes the most important aspect of what the corporation is or what it does. As a father, my wife and I have always taught our children to be capable and able to do whatever they would set their minds to do. There's nothing holding them back or down, and this goes likewise for all individuals that they come in contact, whether they be friends, adults, or casual acquaintances. We teach them that it's based upon their work and their willingness to be nice. This is what affects their future. Work hard and be nice. In regards to the Douglas County School District, I applaud the fact that the district now has an educational equity policy, and I appreciate the words that are therein, actually, that talk about equity. And it's a great statement. For sake of time, I won't read it, but the point I want to make is it's not what's in the policy, it's how it's being done. That's what I think is the problem. It's not always what is the problem, it's how it's being addressed. And that is my biggest concern right now. And it's not about, and again, so I don't want last what I say, kudos to what you guys are doing. But please realize that the community is now watching and we're very closely going to see how you do it.
Thank you, Mr. Stoke. Catherine Chart, and then Lisa Kittredge, Laureen Bowl, and then Heather Holmes Lonegren. Catherine Chart, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Catherine Chart, and I'm commenting tonight on what I'm going to call victim oppressor curriculum and policy. For 15 continuous years, I've had a child in a Douglas County school, and I am a middle child. Why does being a middle child matter, you ask? Well, middle children are known for working to find peace. That's true. But we'll also tell you other stories, like do you remember when you were a kid in the back seat in this car and the squabble would break out? It's not unusual in a hot car ride. Didn't matter if it was your older sibling or your younger sibling, you were in the middle. What was consistent was someone loudly declaring, "They hit me first." Can you imagine for 1 second your parent saying that to make things equitable between your older sibling and you, the victim, you should get to slug your baby sister because she didn't do anything to stop the squabble? Or how about the same but more extreme logic, telling an adult victim of domestic violence that the way to overcome their abuse is to abuse their own children? Only someone who wants to lose their credibility stops to ask who hit who first. Such ideas make no sense, and neither do equity education policies. The right question asked by a wise parent is, when did anyone hitting anyone become okay? There is no hitting, including and especially by those in charge. Likewise, there is to be no discrimination by anyone, including and especially by those in charge. Do we really think that discrimination policies by any name against anyone for any reason are going to go well? There are already laws on the books prohibiting discrimination. There's the Declaration of Independence, the 14th Amendment, the 5th Amendment, and our own Code of Conduct, which goes over many traits, none of them that have an asterisk next to it that say, well, you're not included unless you're fill in the blank. We've been dragged through the courts enough over the years. In the time I've had children in this district, we've been sued in the Supreme Court at least once, sued in the Colorado Supreme Court at least once, been sued for shoeboxes and pizza parties, sued for inappropriate actions between staff and students, and on. And those are just the ones off the top of my head. How much is this going to cost us in court costs? How much is all of this going to cost our students? We have already seen millions of dollars march out the door and into lawyers and consultants' pockets. And that's just the financial cost to our students. What will victim oppressor discrimination cost our students in the way of mental health? We don't just have a COVID pandemic on our hands. In case you've forgotten, Douglas County Schools already has an ever-growing suicide epidemic on our hands. What happens when you tell our children that they are bad because of their skin color or something else they can't change? Isn't it hard enough to be a kid without your teacher and their boss telling you they're evil? When you lay the heavy burden on our children that they are responsible for all of the alleged sins of their race,
Mrs. Chard.
they are oppressors, and you are liable and
Lisa
perhaps
Kettridge
culpable.
is next, Laureen Bowl, and then Heather Holmes Lonegren. Lisa Kettridge, are you there? Okay. Lisa Kettridge, you may be muted, so.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Kettridge, please go ahead.
Sorry, thank you for letting me speak. I'm here as a concerned parent. My children are 2 and 7 months old, so obviously they're not in school. And everyone, please bear with me. This is the first time I've ever spoken at one of these or even attended one. I've been made aware of all the conversations regarding equity, as you call it, and I felt compelled to speak. I feel compelled to stand up for other parents who have kids in this system. Thankfully, me and my family, we do have the financial means and the choice to send our children to private school if we need to. But I understand that not all parents have that luxury, and so I'm here on behalf of them. Now, I had a whole thing written out about what I wanted to say, and then I heard some people, I guess we're not allowed to mention names, speaking at the beginning in defense of the Gemini group and calling this equity. It sounds a lot like wolves in sheep's clothing and a lot of semantics to me. You're saying it's not critical race theory, but what is it? Has anyone questioned this use of the word equity? What has been this shift from the word equality to equity? The difference between the two is equality refers to opportunity and equity refers to outcomes. Mr. and Mrs. James in the Gemini group, when presenting to Douglas County, said it themselves that trying to balance and help opportunity isn't enough. And they specifically refer to outcomes when they speak. You say that the Gemini group is law-based, but again, I don't care. There are lots of laws out there that aren't moral and aren't right, and that doesn't matter. This is all I had to say. I'm very concerned about my children's future, and I could not get up here and say something tonight. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kittredge. Laureen Bowl is next, Heather Holmes Lonergan, Ken and Lori Bailey, and then Julie Lamb. Laureen Bowl, good evening.
I would like to thank Director Ray for listening to and acknowledging the concerns voiced by many community members last week. Sorry, my mouth is really dry. It's been hours since I've had water. I think it's interesting that you are apparently blindsided by the messaging that's emanating from activities being led by the Equity Advisory Council. And I wonder if there was true transparency with the board in explaining the genesis of the education equity policy. The Equity Council explained that the policy came about because, quote, stakeholders voiced a desire to foster belonging, unity, love, and care for our students, families, and staff. This feedback was collected via a 2018 survey by Greenway. Upon reviewing a copy of this survey, I didn't see anything suggesting that students feel displaced or excluded. In fact, one of the findings states, quote, a majority of students agree they have friends, feel safe going to school, physically safe at school, have a trusted adult, feel emotionally safe at school, and are excited about learning. Sounds like the Equity Council had a solution or agenda and was looking for a problem and continues to search for a problem. Tonight, the Equity Council defended the hiring of the Gemini Group because they're based in law and they partner with the Colorado Department of Education. I don't care if they win the Nobel Peace Prize. What I care about is that they spread the message to adult teachers that they should adopt a worldview that values identity groups over individuals and is certain that students of color are victims of the dominant culture. Hiring the Gemini Group was a grave mistake, and I don't know if DCSD can ever recover from this major misstep. Local and national media outlets have picked up on this story, and they're painting a less than flattering picture of DCSD. Now others around the country are probably viewing DCSD as just another victim of this intolerant and racist ideology that's spreading amongst other school districts, including Denver Public Schools. How did this happen? Apparently input from parents was not received, because I can't imagine that a majority of parents would ever approve of their children's teachers being indoctrinated into this ideology. But this is where the Equity Council wants to take us. Parents be damned. And let's not forget about the Growing Changemakers session during that fateful professional development day, during which teachers were encouraged to support students in becoming activists in order to remedy injustices. If you want to stop the flight of families out of DCSD, you need to do something bold. At a minimum, someone needs to retract the divisive messaging that was relayed during the Gemini Group session, as well as correct course around expecting that teachers turn our kids into political activists. Teachers and staff, as well as our community, are owed a mea culpa. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowl. We have Heather Holmes Lonergan online, Ken and Lori Bailey online, and then Julie Lamb and Leah Rosnow. Heather Holmes Lonergan.
Hi, Director Ray. This is Laura Welch. I'm speaking on behalf of Heather Holmes Lonergan.
Ms. Welch, please go ahead.
Okay. At the last board, Heather is a resident of Franktown. At the last board meeting, I listened carefully to those who oppose the equity policy, the no place for hate curriculum, and the hiring of the Gemini Group as consultants. I listened as parents complained that the school district shouldn't be teaching this curriculum and that their children were being hurt by it. Here is my perspective as a white mother raising white children in this district. We have some work to do. The equity policy asks us to acknowledge our own history and, in fact, to reckon with it. It's clear that some parents in this district have no interest in doing so. That is their choice, but the reckoning is here anyway. Our country is a country that was built by white colonizers and black slaves. This is not the history that many of us were taught. We were taught about manifest destiny and American exceptionalism. America is a country in which all of us are supposedly taught that the American dream is ours for the taking. a dream that consists of living freely and being financially successful. But that dream is simply not the reality for many of our brothers and sisters of color. I don't have time here to discuss the multi-layered historical context that explains this statement. I will say, though, that when we deny the reality of another human being, it is the most degrading, shaming, humiliating treatment we can engage in. That is what I heard at the last meeting. We cannot continue this denial of reality. We have to reckon with it instead, and the reckoning is here. There are those who wish to deny that we, in fact, have any problems related to race that white people are responsible for solving. They want to blame people of color for not accepting their lot and simply trying harder. What they miss are the many doors that are open for them but closed for others. The application that was accepted for them but denied for another. The opportunity that was given to them by the simple virtue of having been born a particular color in a particular neighborhood at a particular time that was impossible for another. This is the reality that we must reckon with as a society. It is the truth, whether we wish to deny it or not. The reckoning is here anyway. I listened to several parents who want to shield their white children from this reckoning. They seem to believe that by being honest about our history, that their children are being threatened. A reckoning does not mean that one group remains or becomes subservient to another. It means that we acknowledge what our ancestors have wrought and attempt to solve the problems that the founders of our country created, even as they sought our independence. It means that we all work together to ensure that everyone truly has equal opportunity. I am not afraid of this work. I am not afraid to reckon with my own beliefs and my own history. I am not afraid to face reality and to work toward a better future that is only possible when we listen. We have to listen to the stories of people of color in this country and include those stories in our history books and in our history lessons. We have to be mindful of our own biases and how they might influence how we treat people who have a different skin color, a different gender identity or sexual orientation, a different nationality, or a different religious background. Those biases may show up in small ways that we aren't even conscious of. Microaggressions are real, whether you believe in them or not.
Thank
Our
you.
children already know a lot of this.
Thank you, Ms. Welch, for reading on behalf of Heather Holmes Lonegren. Ken and Lori Bailey next. Also online, Julianne Lamb, Leah Rosnow, and Nora Altman. Ken and Lori Bailey, are you there?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. I'll go first. My name is Lori Bailey, and we have two grandsons in the DCS school system. And I wanted to just express my concern regarding the current training and curriculum involving the Gemini group and its equity training, as many have already expressed this evening. It clearly does involve critical race theory ideology, even though it may be called something other than that, such as being labeled equity or whatever name it might be given at some other point. I do completely agree that every child must be validated and be encouraged to feel as though they belong. I don't think any parent would ever question that. But the current curriculum does not accomplish this when it includes topics such as white privilege or reverse racism or white nationalism. These topics are not about inclusion, as someone had mentioned earlier this evening, and they do align with critical race theory. And at its root, critical race theory is about race. It teaches children to judge one another based on their skin color, and it shames those who are white. It does nothing to uproot racism. It only reinforces it by fueling racism with the same spirit of hate and offense. With critical race theory, racism is just being redressed with different words and redirected toward other sector or sectors of society, when in reality it needs to be uprooted. So I would ask you to consider how this teaching is any different than the fear and prejudice, which, for example, has shamed Black children for being Black. Skin color must not be the means by which we teach our kids to judge others. We can be sure that reconciliation and healing over racism will never occur through the teaching of critical race theory, and neither what has been destroyed by racism will ever be given a chance to be restored through its teaching either.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
This is Ken Bailey. With the time that I have left, I just wanted to mention a few things. It appears that the $37,000 that was paid to the Gemini Group for professional development training, it begs the question, what was the intent and the focus of that training? It appears to be that it's to affect change. Change in what? Teachers and students? Why does it appear that this is being done without the transparency and content with the parents? What do you have to hide? It seems that critical race theory, but is prominent here, but under a different name.
All right, thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Bailey. Julie Lamb is next, Leah Rossnow, Nora Altman, and then Steve Collier. Ms. Lamb.
I'm pleased to speak to you in person tonight. Last week I called over Zoom and you cut me off, so give me grace. Tonight I'm speaking about the new equity policy. As you're aware, I've attended board meetings for the past 12 years. I've seen the growth of the equity policy and the amazing leadership team that has wholeheartedly put forth for all DCSD students, teachers, staffs, admin, in our community. Recently, the policy has taken a negative turn. I urge each of you who have an ounce of input and say to work together and turn around this very positive policy for all students in DCSD that is now very contentious and dividing in our community. This division is likely due to mistrust that has been created with the lack of transparency, communication, and actions with the community that you have demonstrated over the last 4 years. Please know I fully support the equity policy and value its existence. However, it feels DCSD has failed to comply with and enforce anti-discrimination and civil rights policies, including agreed upon resolution agreements. Entering into these agreements with OCR for violations of 504 IEP, FAPE, Title IX, to name a few. This appears to be another do as we say but not as we do tactic, which will ultimately backfire when you're faced with another $1 million lawsuit for noncompliance. DCSD has established a pattern of changing policy only to make issues go away, to ignore treatment of a child that has repeatedly created lifelong damage to children who are victims. Please, DCSD, show us the equity policies more than just optics for our district and community. Demonstrate to the community that you will actively engage with all views, not just those that you agree with. Ultimately, you can't enact positive change when you don't have community support or a well-thought-out plan to roll out and enforce your policies. When our leaders talk down to those who disagree in a condescending manner, you will not gain support. You will be forced with more resistance and mistrust. Please speak kindly to each other. Make sure SAG is not all males, as they are now, and recognize you, the board, and district leadership have had 8 to 9 months to model equity right here in this room and in hiring that you are doing with equity in your definition. Treat each other with respect in and around our district and community. Show the community that you are committed to modeling this equity policy through your own decision-making, past and current civil rights violations, and hiring of new district leadership positions. If DCSD implements this equity policy and all of the policies with good intentions, authentic engagement, and collaboration with the community through thoughtful approach, transparency, and fidelity, the community will become more trusting and accepting of the changes. But until you demonstrate honesty through your actions, as well as commitment of all your constituents, you'll be faced with resistance. You need to model the policies and behavior that you place in this boardroom and around DCSD.
Thank you, Mrs. Lamb. Leah Rossnow is next, Nora Altman, and Steve Collier. Leah Rossnow, are you here? Nora Altman. Nora Altman, Steve Collier, Jennifer Hallett. I think we already had Jennifer Hallett. Ms. Marsh, if you could double check that for me. Ms. Altman, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Nara Altman. I have a son and a daughter at Fox Creek and Crest Hill. I'm so grateful for all of you and all educators. Professionals implementing change describe it that it feels like I'm building the plane as I'm flying it. Thank you for building and flying the plane in this unprecedented year. It was hard last Tuesday to hear the pushback against racial equity in the 1-year anniversary of George Floyd. I know the mere mention of George Floyd is triggering for so many. Please stay with me. Push aside politics and labels you have in your head for me right now and listen to my story about equity and belonging. I studied 9th grade in Como Park High School. The school was 1/3 white, 1/3 black, 1/3 Asian Pacific. I was white, but Brazilian. People looked at my weird Brazilian sandals. Asian boys stared at me, the only white girl in advanced geometry class. There were days I didn't say a single word in school, many days. I didn't belong anywhere until track and field after a long Minnesota winter. We were a mixed bunch, and somehow we all belong. It felt good hanging out in the fields after practice with Mark and Erica. Mark ran 400-meter hurdles like me, but our friendship was contained within the tracks only. When I saw George Floyd dying, same age, same town as Mark, I saw Mark's face under the officer's knee, and I understood why Mark, Eric, and I never connected outside the track field. Outside the track, our lives were different. I went home oblivious of the hurdles Mark faced. I never asked, he never told me that he was afraid of being stopped by police on his way home, that he had been accused of stealing a soft drink at our school cafeteria, and that a white boy had told him he could never be the president because he was black. I cried for George Floyd, I cried for Mark, and I cried for myself. I was angry at myself that it had taken me over 30 years to understand the knee of oppression on my friend's neck. I was angry at my school for not teaching me the gap between me as white and Mark and Erica as black. I felt robbed of the opportunity to really get to know my friends. When the anger subsided, I looked at my daughter's school experience. What had changed? I don't want my daughter to be robbed of that deep connection with someone she shares so much in common, above all, the essence of being human, and with whom she also shares so many differences. I want my daughter to ask the Marks and Ericas in her life after George Floyd's death, how do you feel? I want her to reach out to them at the 1-year anniversary of his death and ask them, are you okay? Equity is creating space for those conversations to happen, for that deep connection to happen. I want Black people to speak to us about their experiences. I want this board and this district to seek to learn, to show we care and invite them in. And I want my community to take a step back, pull back the aggression so that we can hear their voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Altman. Steve Collier, I do have a Carly Howlett and Tammy Pucciano and Casey Lewis. Mr. Collier.
Yes, good evening, Board. Thank you. And first and foremost, I just want to recognize the 3 deputies that are in the room. We really appreciate the support that you give to the community. And this community has also made sure that school resource officers have remained in our schools, especially since last year. To Superintendent Wise, the recommendations you put up, spot on. I think that this community that's exactly where we need to go into the new school year, and I certainly hope this board will quickly adopt it because it's what's right for our kids. In a lot of the themes I'm hearing tonight, the 2 words that came to my mind, and as I was kind of writing notes, is there's a trust deficit. There's a massive trust deficit between the folks that are up here on this board and not members of our community at large, especially the thousands who don't have time to be on a call tonight. My wife wanted to be here as well, but someone's got to stay home and watch the kids, and I know they're watching right now. Yes, kids, I'm on YouTube right now, so. And I've got several notes here, but I'm going to focus specifically here on the critical race theory, equity policy, whatever you'd like to call it. And right before our break, there was a mention by one of the board members of the word transparency. And I really want to hone in that because this board approved the equity policy, codified it in March. The statement of work on the Gemini's group document is February 17th. And in that statement of work, the date of April 19th is mentioned. There were several dates there that were supposed to be quote unquote community meetings. There's been a lot of talk about, well, we need to get out in the community and people just don't understand what's going on. Well, if this was in the statement of work, no one communicated to me, and I guarantee you no one's in this room that's heard, where was the Gemini group for these community meetings? So we wrote and approved a statement of work and we paid them a contract, and then it wasn't until the contract came to life and that this video got out that there was this knee-jerk reaction. The trust deficit, folks, is real. And by having this kind of knee-jerk reaction of we got to pull it because, oh, it's like we got figured out. That's the perception the community has. And I just hope folks here understand that the pieces don't seem to be coming together, that the truth is somewhere out there of who knew what, who signed off on what policy, And who's approving this stuff? We're not getting any communication from the grander scheme from the district on that. And yet it kind of seems in these previous meetings, it's been put back on the superintendent. Well, you guys aren't really doing a good enough job educating our vision. And it sounds like a lot of people on the full-time staff are like, we don't even know what your vision is, right? So, here we have these items, and I go back to just a couple other items that feed into this trust deficit that I'm not going to have time to talk about, unfortunately. But
Thank
that's
you.
it.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. Carly Hallett, are you online? Nope. And Tammy Pucciano? And then Casey Lewis and Treva Brown. Good evening.
Thank you for hearing all of us tonight. I have been a PTO member. I have been vice president of PTOs. I have 4 children in the Douglas County School District. I also have 2, one that graduated from Castleview and one that will be a senior this year that I'm thinking of pulling from the district to go to private school. I don't agree with this educational equity and inclusive excellence plan. I have many kids come in and out of my house each day. They are all different colors. My kids love everybody. There is no need to teach this in our schools. We are already teaching our kids to be kind at home. It is based on critical race theory in a nutshell. Anytime the word equity and inclusive are used in today's woke society, it is a way to hide the fact that they want to shut down free thinking. You can go home, you can look it up, you can see that inclusion and equity is just the adjusting of shares so that the outcome can become equal. It is a Marxist idea and it's anti-capitalist ideology. Inclusion should mean all, but in this type of thinking, it limits the speech of those that disagree and therefore creates a hateful space. It will shut down dialogue and bully our children into passive agreement and will reduce them into their group by identity, which is the opposite of what we've all heard of tonight. Dr. Martin Luther King said, it should be based on the content of their character, not their skin color. I'll bring in gender. It shouldn't be based on that or how they identify. I would like the board to quit using my tax dollars on this ideology and get back to teaching my children math, sciences, history, and by history, I mean all of history. Talk about slavery. You are taking so much out of our textbooks. Talk about it all. Our kids want to learn this. Talk about the arts. But when it comes to personal views and religion or politics on my children, I can't stand behind that. I asked my 11-year-old daughter what she thinks of people at her school who are different colored skin. Does she ever think differently about them or have different abilities than her? And she goes, Mom, what are you talking about? She looked at me like I was silly. She goes, I like all people except mean people. Well, I think that's a great way to kind of think about things. I also really quick want to mention that American Academy has done a great job of teaching our kids character, and that's what y'all should be teaching. You should be teaching character, none of this.
Thank you, Mrs. Pucciano. Casey Lewis, I believe, is online, Treva Brown, and Tim Tippett. Casey Lewis, are you there?
Casey Lewis is not online.
Okay. Treva Brown, are you here? In the audience. Treva Brown? There she is.
Yes, good evening. Okay. I stand here again as a concerned parent for the direction of our school district. Parents understand the words you're saying, but what we can't understand is how you expect us to believe those words when your actions are a completely different story. Once again, you tell us that you are aligned with the Colorado academic standards and have not and will not implement critical race theory. And yet you've partnered with a consulting group that teaches that divisive ideology. The Gemini Group has just rebranded it to tickle our ears. I'm here to say that you're not dealing with ignorant parents in Douglas County. Doing more research on the Gemini Group, I have a list of a few clients.
Colorado Department of Education, we've discussed that. Colorado Education Association, which is the largest union of educators in the state. On their website, it states that every election is a great opportunity to bring pro-public education candidates into office who will collaborate with CEA. It continues to state, and it's why we are involved in campaigns supporting issues that help public education and defeating those that have potential to harm our schools and students. The Gemini group prepares those that they are teaching that there are going to be dissenters, those who challenge it. And in their own words, the Gemini group instructs our teachers and leaders to be committed and not allow those dissenters to steer you away or stop you from doing this. Here we have the Gemini group, the CEA, and others I listed as the clients, as well as Douglas County School District. We see the connection. We see who this school board has chosen to align with. You cannot possibly be surprised that the majority of us parents in Douglas County don't believe you. You cannot be surprised why we keep demanding transparency. So please stop telling us what you think we want to hear. These organizations you've partnered with are so focused on dismantling and tearing down that they cannot see past destruction. They seem to be blind of what has been proven to help the human race rise higher, and that is raising the bar. I was reminded the other day of when the Dream Team destroyed the whole world in the Olympics, finishing 8-0, winning by an average of 43 points. The rest of the world didn't say, let's lower the hoop or widen it. No, teams got better. They raised their game. Our youth deserves a fair shot, regardless of race, not a policy or ideology that will lower the hoop. The human race is capable of greatness. It's time we all work together to create unbiased programs that will raise the bar, supporting our youth without judgment of what they look like. I'm not saying I know the answer to a successful outcome, but I do have ideas, as do many of these parents. However, those you've chosen to partner with, collaborate with, will dismiss any ideas from parents and label us dissenters, becoming a target to defeat. There is no listening and working together. I'm asking the school board to cut ties from divisive groups focused only on their agenda. I'm asking the school board to be fully transparent on policies you've already implemented.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Tippett, I believe, is online, and then Gary Colley. Is Tim Tippett on? There he is. Mr. Tippett, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, as the father of a multilingual, multi-ethnic, multiracial family with children in Douglas County, I'm deeply concerned about the tact the equity and inclusion policy is taking. I want you to understand that you do not have the right to treat my children as a pawn or to implement your political ideology. My children are people. My children deserve an education worthy of them, of the children that they are. And by that, I mean, I am tired of the hubris demonstrated by this policy. My children, if you want them to succeed, like all minority children, set the bar very high and support them in that effort. Life is not fair, princess. And anyone who tells you different is selling you something. A great movie quote you should look up. I want you to understand that as parents in Douglas County, my children have had a decent experience, but my children do not need you or anyone else to explain to them what is fair. Life is not fair. My children need to come to terms with that now and develop themselves in a way that will give them fortitude and resilience to overcome the challenges. I know what inequity looks like. I know what racism looks like. I know what it feels like. I have lived in many countries. I have been many places, and I'm grateful for those experiences because it has taught me that only in this country do my children have a fair shot at overcoming their socioeconomic starting point and achieving greatness. I wish you would stop teaching down to my children. I'm sorry that I'm impassioned about this, but ladies and gentlemen, the equity and inclusive policy as discussed tonight does my children no good whatsoever. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tippett. Gary Colley is next, and Mr. Blair, if you can also just double check if there's anybody else waiting online. All right, very good. Good evening, Mr. Colley.
Well, hello, folks. Haven't seen you guys for a while. But this meeting reminds me of years ago, and I know you didn't like hearing that in December. Sorry I hurt your feelings. To me, it had nothing to do with the pandemic. The pandemic doesn't affect my feelings or my decision-making. But I am disappointed in the board, in the direction things have gone. And I have a challenge for Superintendent Wise. And this is something that's been needed for a long time. I've had these conversations with David Ray in the past. Where we are at right now, to me, is because of ineffective leadership. And you're just starting in your leadership position. My first recommendation to you, from what I've witnessed over the years, is you need to get the ship in order, starting with middle management. The people that impact our parents and community throughout this district, where when you talk about equity, our parents and community haven't given equity in the district. They've been dismissed more than anything. I look at your year one focus, and it talks about engaging the community, and you list the stakeholder groups. Nowhere in the stakeholder groups does it say parents. And I'm always a little suspicious of stakeholder groups because they're typically selected, and I don't have the confidence in current administration, leadership, that they're going to pick people that are community-minded. They're going to be more administrative or district-minded. And there's a problem with that. Because I've got 3 kids in 5 years that'll be in elementary school, grandkids. And I'll tell you what, if you got this stuff going on here, I'll have more lawsuits coming your way. Because it's not right, it's not fair. And you're making decisions without engaging the community. You have a parent-family engagement policy that, if implemented properly 3 years ago, instead of having an administrative micromanage it and select community members to engage as parents, you could have an organized community that knows what you're doing because they're informed. And you're not informing the parent community. You're assuming a lot of things and taking a lot of things for granted. And that's where I'm disappointed in you. You are trying to get so many things moved, and again, don't blame it on the pandemic. You're trying to get so many things that are complicated into our school system to affect our kids. But yet, other than your focus groups that you like to get your information from, you're doing nothing to engage the full community. Nothing. And parents is just part of the word community. You spend more time getting information and feedback from student groups than you do from parents. If you did that with my kids, where you're going to get their advice on how to run the school district, when you're not spending the time getting the advice from the parents, what's wrong with you?
Thank you, Mr. Colley.
Wish you well.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for coming.
All right, Mr. Blair, we have no other people waiting online. Very good. All right. Just first of all, I want to just thank the audience for providing a safe place for, as you heard tonight, differing perspectives. We don't all think the same. We do have diversity of thought. We have different definitions of what things are. And so obviously, again, I think the message that we are receiving is that we have work to do with communication. We've heard a lot about really thinking that the policy, the educational equity policy, is a program. And I would just tell you that it's not a program. But I also hear loud and clear that you need to understand and have transparency about what is taught in our schools. And I think our staff has heard that loud and clear in terms of how do we make sure that that's well communicated. The last thing I would just conclude with is that when you have a concern, if your child comes home with a concern, your first step is to reach out either to that teacher or to that building principal to understand that concern. And I think what we as a board want to be able to do is hear more about the experiences of your children, not the what ifs, but really what is your children experiencing? Because that'll help us understand the root of the concern, because that's what we're about, is what our kids are experiencing in schools. But clearly, tonight, we've had some great presentations from our staff in terms of next steps. community engagement is number one on that plan. And so I'm looking forward to that as well, and really having an engagement beyond just this room, to having engagement where we can have conversations with each other and roundtable talks and things like that. So we have work to do. We appreciate everyone that spoke tonight. We appreciate your perspective, and please know that we will continue to do the best we can to make sure that we're navigating this so that no one feels like their child is being mistreated or being taught something that is inappropriate. We want your children to be taught how to thrive and how to reach their potential. That's our core value in this district, and that will continue to be. So again, thank you, all of you that are here, all of you that are listening online, and just know the work will continue. So at this time, board, I think we'll take a quick 5-minute break and then reconvene at about 10:45. Tonight with our action items. Thank you, audience, for helping. Next on our agenda. Next on our agenda is one school year. Approval of an agreement with Emergenetics, a 3-year contract, approval of the site rubric revisions and recommendations, approval of an addendum for additional work for our security vestibules project, approval and updates to a couple of security infrastructure upgrades, as well as approval of the Fiscal Oversight Committee membership recommendations and the approval of the Long Range Planning Committee membership recommendations. Is there a motion to adopt our consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Graziano, seconded by Holtzman. Let's vote. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. That passes unanimously. Next is the approval of our unofficial minutes. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Graziano, seconded by Chancho Shore. Let's vote. I'm sorry.
I just want to make a corrections, which I just discovered not too long ago for the minutes. For the May 11th minutes, and on page 10 of 12, agenda item 25. And if you could change my vote from yay to nay, that would be great.
So we're looking, Ms. Marsh, are you in agreement that that is a typo, that there should have been? And I'm sorry, could you review for me item number 25, Director Long?
Page 10 of 12,
Right?
and there is item number 25.
And the item was?
And so in the middle, it is say no further discussions, and then it give a roll call, and then the roll calls say 5-1, which is correct, but the listing of each vote
I
for my
see.
vote is incorrect.
That's the inconsistency. So the vote count is correct, but the term no needs to be after your name instead of I. So
Correct.
Back to
Yeah.
back to Graziano for a friendly amendment to revise minutes as suggested.
Yes, approve the
And
amendment.
the second with Chancho Shore in agreement?
Absolutely.
All right. Let's go ahead and vote then. Chancho Shore.
Aye.
Graziano.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Holtzman.
Aye.
Lung.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Ray, aye. Passes unanimously. With regards, just again, to some updates, we do have agenda planning this Friday at 10 o'clock. Ms. Marsh, just checking my statement because I didn't write it down. So this Friday at 10 o'clock, also, again, a public announcement as well as a reminder to directors on June 17th at 5 o'clock is when we will have our information session for anyone who is interested in running for the board. It's strictly, we actually have 2 sessions that are planned for that. One is this one, which is just an general information only session that Director Meek and myself will attend, along with Superintendent Wise, as well as a representative from CASB. But that's just for the purpose for those people that are wondering if they want to run for board to get some of that preliminary information. And then we schedule another session with people that actually submit their petitions to run, to give them more detailed information about the district and introducing them to some departments and teaching staff. So that's June 17th at 5 o'clock. And then also just a reminder, on June 24th is our work session with Mr. Wise from 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock here at the Wilcox building. So that's all I have on my report, unless there's questions regarding that. All right, Director Holtzman, Vice President, report or items?
No, I just have one thing, just reporting to you guys. I have one graduation left, and that's for Rocky Mountain School of Expeditionary Learning. So I'll be there on behalf of our board on Thursday afternoon. We have one graduate from the Douglas County School District this year.
Yay.
And obviously more students within the school, but it's the last graduation for me, so.
Very good. All right, we have Eagle Academy still coming up on Friday. Director Meeks attending on our behalf, and so, yay. All right. Any other director items that need to be brought to our attention at this time? Any other directors' reports? Seeing none, we will then move to adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Chancho Shore, seconded by Holtzman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are adjourned.